so please remember to sign. Okay, no problem. Remember to sign it every day. So after the meeting, you can start submitting your claim. So going to your personal e-cost page, you go on Tarifa meeting, then you click on consult, and this screen will appear, which you already know because you had to confirm your participation. And for next time, please, after receiving the invitation, remember to accept or decline as soon as possible, please. Then you click on reimbursement claim. Okay, and before filling out the form, I recommend you to read carefully the travel reimbursement request rules. They are very clear and detailed. Then you can start typing the dates and the times when you left home and when you arrived back home. Notice that it's home and not city, so it's not your city, your home. And pay attention at the leaving and arrival time, because they have to be consistent with the departure or arrival time of your flight, of your train. So for example, if the departure time on my flight was 8 a.m., I cannot say that I left home at 7 a.m., but not even at 2 a.m. Otherwise, I will need to explain this time gap. So they are quite strict about this, so please pay attention. Then you can vouch the dates that you attended. And in the same page you find information about the daily allowance that covers accommodation, meals, and short distance travel that is less than 100 kilometers. And a local participant who reside on the same city as the event venue may claim a lower amount of reimbursement, and this will be, of course, a sensible choice, as you well know. This is the total amount of allowance that you will receive. By clicking on see calculation, you will get more details, so the maximum daily allowance set for this meeting and the percentage that you will get per day. Please note that a participant who is invited to attend a cost event while concurrently benefiting from its short-term scientific mission grant is entitled to claim the long-distance travel expenses, but only the 50% of the daily allowance. And the applicant should also include a statement from the host institution or action chair confirming the STSM, including the action number and the dates of the grant. For a long-distance travel that is more than 100 kilometers, you can claim a reimbursement up to 1,500 euro. Here you can add all the information, so the origin city, destination city, the precise amount of money that you paid, so please don't round it up or round it down, that must be precise. And here you have to upload the supporting documents that must include the name of the service provider, the full price paid, the name of passenger, and a full travel itinerary with departure and arrival cities, dates, and times. You are also recommended to get a travel cancellation insurance. Please remember that screenshot won't be accepted, so you have to upload the complete document. Regarding travel expenses, they are limited to 1,000 kilometers, and you will be reimbursed 0.35 euros per kilometer. And it is necessary to provide a parking receipt clearly showing the parking dates. So this is a requirement that they need, otherwise you can get the reimbursement for the car travel expenses. Visa fee is also eligible for reimbursement, but only costs related to the processing visa fee. And you have to also upload the supporting documents that shall include a receipt or stamp from the embassy and the amount paid for the visa. At the end, you have to provide your bank account details. Please remember that you have 15 days after the end of the meeting to submit your reimbursement claim, so watch out. And last but not least, you need to provide some additional information, specifically your home or institution address, a copy of your passport or ID card, and a copy of your bank information. Please send it to me via mail. Then only for participants from non-EU countries, they have to fill a tax form that I will leave beside attendance list. So please remember to fill it. That concludes my presentation. I hope you found it useful. And yeah, thank you for your attention and have a great meeting.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Welcome.
And the bird on the slide. Yeah, blue rock drum. You can't identify it. Ow. Right now. Saw one yesterday, but sadly not a male. Right, we're going to crack on immediately with the talks. We've got 5 talks. Each one's going to last 20 minutes. And then we'll break for coffee. I'm going to let the speakers introduce themselves, although I will big up the first speakers just gone to the cover. Carlos, and he's leading off. He's one of the only people who's actually written a European species action plan, and consequently
Yes, sorry.
You're getting yourself mic'd up. Interesting.
Sorry. Go on then. ¿Dónde está?
¿Cuál es el tuyo?
La primera, pero no tengo...
Ábrele.
Okay.
Vale, ahí lo tiene.
Ok.
Vas pasando aquí, ¿vale?
Perfect. Gracias. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Thank you very, very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to talk about the Species Action Plan that I've been working with since 2016. So it's 8 years working on this the Species Action Plan and the implementation of it. It is an example of a successful Species Action Plan, but the question I was asked to answer is what it takes to make a successful action plan. The short answer is I have no idea. But I will show you what worked in our case. By way of introduction, I'm Carlos Carboneras. I work for the Institute for Game and Wildlife Research based in Spain. It's part of the National Scientific Research Council. And we deal with the conservation of species that can be hunted. So species that are on the quarry list, both mammals and birds. Some of them are overabundant, and there's problems associated with that, but some of them are exploited species which are threatened. So, well, before that, I worked for 10 years for the RSPB, which is my link with the development of the Species Action Plan, but for some administrative reasons, it couldn't be implemented by NGOs based on a non-EU country, so we found, or this opportunity came up, to develop and implement the Species Action Plan through a research institution that is based in one of the EU member states, and crucially, through a contract, direct contract with the European Commission, which was the leading institution for the implementation of the action plan. The story of the of the turtle dove is quite well known. I won't give you much detail about that. It is globally threatened, following substantial decline, which is so credited to be about more than 83% from 1980, using data from the Pan-European Common Bird Monitoring Scheme, which I will refer to several times because this is an essential indicator in our case and quite a widespread one. It is the combination of all the breeding bird survey data obtained across Europe. However, I always say there is some misguidance in this data. The left-hand side of the graph is not representative. You shouldn't trust so much. Don't focus on here. It is the other part of the story, and this is going to be crucial in our case. The Species Action Plan was adopted in 2018. It's the combined effort of 350 experts on the species coming from 53 countries, if I remember well. So we got together everything that was known at the time on the species. All that expertise concluded that there were 4 main causes for the decline that had been detected, and those were, I've represented them here more or less sort of geographical representation where they would be. So most of it, especially to the north of the range, was linked to habitat loss or modification of habitat. So there was identified to be a big issue with habitat quality or availability. And then unsustainable hunting in southern Europe, particularly in the west, whereas in the east it was more an issue of illegal killing. And then I put here, but it really is further south, the same issue with habitat in relation to the wintering areas. So that was the knowledge. That's how we devised the action plan. And the action plan contained 103, 108 actions, which is enormous amount. It was a combined effort of RSPB, which was my employer at the time, with a huge role of BirdLife, but also FACE, the Federation of Hunting Associations in Europe, and then CMS as part of the UN Environment Programme. So it was all about habitat, but the Species Action Plan contained something that it may not be known to everybody here, which is an adaptive management, an adaptive harvest management mechanism. And that was one of the 100 and so many actions, but it turned out to be the key to solving the turtle dove problem. This is sort of, it's circular shaped because it is based on annual iterations, but it always starts with a population objective that needs to be defined. And here was our first mistake. We were not ambitious enough. We wanted, in the time frame of the action plan, which was 10 years, we wanted to see halt the decline. The declaration was to halt the decline and make way for recovery. Yeah? We weren't ambitious enough because we've, as you will see, we've got recovery and quite substantial and quite soon. But it starts with where you want to be with your population, okay? And then it continues with the development of a population model that is fed with harvest data, population, so population size, and then all the demographic parameters. Population models can be of any type. I mean, ideally there will be integrated population models, but not necessarily. You can have matrix models, you can have all types, whatever you can use to make science-based recommendations which are then need to be implemented, monitored, important to monitor, and then adjusted, and every year we do one iteration. This is the key. In terms of population models, our team, together in collaboration with a French team, we developed our own population model based on the best available evidence at the time. But luckily, there was a parallel independent population model that had been developed by a Dutch team. And this was another lucky element, because both population models, and I'm just here showing the results of the sensitivity analysis, both indicated that it was all about survival. In this case, well, in one case the population model indicated that the parameter that the population growth was most sensitive to was adult survival. In the other case, it was juvenile survival. But both indicated survival, and everything on top of this table is survival, and habitat comes down really low. Issues to do with habitat come really low. So in implementing the action plan, through research and through science, we discovered that it was not all about habitat, it was all about survival. And of course, for a hunted species, survival means hunting, right? So we proposed and got a hunting ban in one of the flyways. The species is organized in 2 flyways in Europe, and in one of the flyways we proposed and got a hunting ban for 4 consecutive hunting seasons. Well, we also implemented, through obviously the intervention of the European Commission, there was what is called the EU Task Force on the Recovery of Birds, which is the framework where those annual iteration meetings take place. So every year we have at least one, usually up to 4 meetings to discuss where we are and where we want to be. And also, in the beginning of the running of the action plan, there were the conditions for lifting the moratorium. So we established a hunting ban, and we needed to know when the conditions would be met that would be able to restore or resume hunting. And so these were a measurable population recovery, and it was identified very precisely what we wanted to see, how much recovery was considered enough. An increase in survival as a mechanism to produce the recovery, because we knew that survival was the key parameter, and also to make sure that member states had the appropriate systems in place to ensure compliance. So, if this is where we were, remember I said the left-hand side of the graph is not representative, and so these are very precise data from the Peckham's project, divided by Western Flyway, Central Eastern Flyway, and this is transformed into the number of breeding pairs, breeding territories at the beginning of the breeding season. So we can identify 2 different seasons here, or 2 different parts. Until 2007, there were about 2.5 million breeding pairs, which went down to 1.5 million breeding pairs around this time, 2019 to 2021. So after the start of the adoption of the Species Action Plan, okay? So we had lost 1 million breeding pairs in this period. For the other flyway is smaller, but the decline is equally, significant, from 1 million to 600,000 breeding pairs. And where are we now? So after 3 years of data, So the lowest point is in 2021, and we've got data for the following 3 years. So we went from 2.5 to 2.1, and we've gained 615 new breeding pairs, an increase of 40% over the lowest historical point. And what we believe, we're still trying to find, is the steepest recovery of any species in Europe at least, right? So complete success. And of course, yeah, awards and money and invitations and things. But the other flyway, where they didn't follow the scientific recommendation, continues to decline. Okay? Despite invitations to work on habitat, work on survival, etc. This has been published, so it can be referred to. That's the population increase. The increase in survival, we continue to monitor the species in the field, we continue to do the field work, and there is indication that survival with these data is increasing, so increasing survival is definitely the mechanism. So what happens now? What happens now? Well, there's a combination of the actual data from the Western Flyway with projections of future population trajectories based on some simple modeling that we are working on. So this hasn't been published yet, but it's what we use to present to the decision makers in those annual meetings. We know that from the population model that 4% harvest will bring stability. And this is what the hunters want. They want populations to be stable. But we said, we've identified the population, the species action plan wants to see population recovery. So this is the bare maximum or the absolute maximum that can be extracted from the population. In the old days, it was up to 16%, right? And this is what caused the decline. But notice that what we are seeing is even better than what the model says will happen with zero hunting. So there's still work to be done on the modeling. We have now proposed that because the conditions are met, we have proposed something between 1 and 2%. So we want to be here. And this is what is going to be proposed next week. The 4th of March is going to be the decision made. So you asked me what it makes, what it takes to make a successful species action plan. First thing is real backing in terms of money, loads of money from an institution that is powerful and can drive decisions. Sensitive indicators, reliable indicators with annual updates. So we've worked with Peckhams to produce those indicators, those indices that are for each flyway, and they are updated annually, and it requires a lot of effort, a lot of combined effort from a lot of people, but it is doable, and we have achieved that. And every year we can present. So in March, we will be presenting the results of the 2024 breeding season. So it's not even a year old. It's from this previous breeding season. Okay? And then a lot of science, continue your monitoring. Don't just take the word from the experts. Do continue to work in the field, and this agreed framework to hold annual meetings. This is absolutely crucial. And now the non-objective elements of this. You need an appealing, what I call an appealing conservation case. You need a good species, and in the case of turtle, a lot of people said, I'm not going to allow the species to go extinct on my watch. quite a lot of people said, not on my watch, this is not going to happen to me. So this was a powerful driver. Then there was what I call a secret ingredient. And that is that the European Commission, who was powerful, identified that allowing hunting in these conditions was against the Birds Directive. So they actually took legal action against 2 member states, France and Spain, for failing to implement the Birds Directive in this case, and continuing to allow hunting of the species when it was against the Birds Directive. And that was a very convincing element, as you can imagine. And as I say, ambition and patience. Remember the population objective. It's not good enough, in my experience, what we've learned from this case, to say we want to see population recovery. Define where you want to be in 10 years' time. In some cases for geese, who use the same framework, they say we want 70,000 or 700,000 individuals or pairs, so be as specific as possible, and don't be ashamed of being ambitious. Try and be as ambitious as possible and have these measurable indicators. And luck. I think we were lucky. I don't know what the recipe for a successful species action plan is. I know it worked this time. I'm so happy that it did. I'm so happy it happened to us. But if I were to write a new species action plan, I think, yeah, we need a lot of luck. So, yeah, just a reminder of the elements for if there's any debate, if people have questions, and if not, I will be here. I mean, I've got other things to do, but I will be essentially here tomorrow. So today, tomorrow, and part of Wednesday. So please use our experience for what it's worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to save questions for general discussions, so we'll go straight on to the next.
Sure. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Carlos, we're going to put you to work at least.
Sorry?
At least today.
Yeah, sure, yeah. No, that's what I came here for.
But I will buy you.
Yeah. Sorry. A good case makes it easy for us. Thanks. Cheers. Thank you. What do you need? Ah, perdón. No sé cómo va. Listo, gracias. Perdón. Space.
Push it in.
No, give me a sec.
Try again. Because that file was too big. It's it. Can I go and
Do you know how to full
present
screen
full?
it?
If we do,
It's just there. No.
okay.
Do you want me to do it for you?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
okay. Touch screen, is it? There you go.
Testing. Am I on? Okay, I presume you can hear me. Thanks very much for inviting me. My name is Wenceslas Gatarabirwa. I migrated from Rwanda about 30 years ago to move into the UK. I work for the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, the RSPB, where I head the flyway conservation program. I've been invited by Will to come here, and when I received the invite, I was a bit challenged. I wasn't sure whether I fitted in. So I was equally excited to come, but also challenged of how are you going to cope. That's until I received more details about what he wanted me to say. He said, come and talk about yourself, what you do don't worry about the birds. We've got enough experts in the room who are going to do that. And that made me feel more relaxed about it. I'm going to be presenting a few slides that came from the presentation of RSPB. Those will be recognized with RSPB logo on top. Other slides without any logo on them, it's me speculating, gathering some thoughts from my reading, from talking to people, from doing conservation work on the ground. And there is also a short video I hope it's going to be able to play as technology. So, as I said, I head the Flyway Conservation Program. This has been going for the last 9 years, and this program exists for the last 5. So it's a very youngish program. But it covers, the East Atlantic Flyway covers a huge area, as you can see those numbers on the screen. And the work that Carlos mentioned in the Western Flyway fits nicely in this flyway. So there's been a decade of research, and if I pause there, many people here in this room have contributed those papers of the work that need to be done, or the questions that need to be answered. And in addition to that, a recent review by, again, many people in this room has shown that some progress being made and some way forward is emerging. So we have tracked, many scientists have tracked, so that I've just copied and pasted there already, some of those data that have been published in those species. So we know some actions that can be taken. And the challenge which was given to me was, how can we put together a multi-species action plan covering many land birds so that we can try to save them through conservation? And my answer is, we've got a big problem. And the part of the problem we've got here, it's in a room. It's the humans, us. I tried to put some form of movement. On the left-hand side, you've got the birds, and the other side, you've got humans. And as we are competing the species. And that's a big problem. We cannot stop people from moving, from occupying places, from dispersing and occupying good habitats for the birds. As we're quite smart because we divide our migration, not cyclical. We're not going to return where we came from. When we migrate, we call it immigration, emigration, and so on. So some people go, other people come back. We call it our human migration. But migration of birds, we know it's more cyclical, and they come back to the same place. That's how we keep out-competing them. But before I get into some more ideas, I'm going to show a short video. I hope it plays on the correct screen.
There are oceans that disconnect us from other parts of the world. For you to travel to Europe, for instance, you need visa, you need to go through a certain process to be able to go. But these birds are able to connect our worlds. They don't need visa to fly from Europe to Africa, they just come. They know no boundaries. Species that visit us as migrants.
When you see these migrants come back, how do you feel? Is it exciting?
Yeah. Yes, it's quite exciting to have additional birds add up to what you already have. And you're also excited that at least they've been able to go to where they breed and then they are back to their fatherland. Let me say their fatherland because they don't breed here, so they go to their motherland to breed and they are back to their fatherland. Currently, we are in the Mole National Park. The Mole National Park itself is an IBA, which is an important bird and biodiversity area. The area that connects Mole landscape to the Bui National Park is where we want to build this connectivity. Areas that are much degraded, we restore them farmland that we think we should be able to do something to better the environment, we will do that. So it's about restoring degraded areas and also building capacity of the locals to be able to understand the importance of this area to migratory birds and other animals. So that is basically what building these corridors mean to migratory landbirds and also elephants and other wildlife.
Being taken to northern Ghana, it's quite an experience. When you go there in the winter, it's difficult to tear apart what is native, what is, it's that riot of mixture of birds in the landscape. And choosing that place to be a landscape we're going to try to conserve by restoring it with our partners in Ghana, by bringing other expertise to help us monitor, especially starting with the RSPB science, getting the policy rights, using the mechanism in the West Africa. That really is why we're looking to shift to the direction of that habitat being lost and the birds finding no good habitat to live in. That map on the screen shows a particular coalition of NGOs. Carlos mentioned BirdLife International. So the second part of my presentation is going to be talking about how to involve those partners. And I'm going to give two examples. The first one is BirdLife International, which is a partnership of more than 120 NGOs. So inviting them if you work in the country where they are, it's important to associate with them. I know many of you have got those associations, and through collaboration, through research, through monitoring the impacts that conservation efforts are achieving. There are many gaps on the map, as you can see, and we're working with BirdLife Secretariat to make sure those gaps are closed. The other network to mention here is IUCN. Since 1948, they've been really building good coalition of partners, including NGOs that you mentioned, BirdLife Partnership, including, thank you, including national and government agencies, even proper governments being part. And that has allowed them to be shaping policies at a large scale. In Africa, there are a number of BirdLife partners which are there, and we keep increasing the number. So looking for those strategic partners and developing those relationships before you start already establishing the actions you're going to be doing, you're going to be good allies who've got the trust of the communities they work with because they're there permanently. Governments tend to change, but these organizations are there for a long, long time. I'm not going to claim to be an expert in policy or policy development. I accepted that challenge simply to highlight those two things. The first one is, you as a scientist, you've got an important role to play. Without the knowledge, there's no way species action plan can be put in place. So it's that contribution you bring, the clarity of what's going on in nature out there. But then you get the challenge of what the politicians are going to bite, what are going to accept. A huge challenge or a little challenge. Something they're going to achieve in 4 or 5 years of their term, or something longer. That's where the second paper, that policy-driven and evidence-based. The evidence was presenting 3 times more of a challenge was required compared to what the politicians were ready to accept. So it's good to be aware of those things. It's a negotiation to be had, but you have to start somewhere. It comes to that then, do you have to use an emotional appeal? And we had some of those. Let you read that headlines. The first few words say, 1 million. Or do you want to bring hard data to present the situation, the evidence, or you have to do both? I think if we refer to what Kyle shared as an experience, I think you would agree that both of those were at play. If you look at my first slide, I had an interesting subtitle, a good presentation, a good talk about service, a good subtitle. And it was the following. It's not pitch to Bab, it's a Ben Sherman. People who, I do apologize for ladies in the room, you may not be familiar with the Ben Sherman brand. But I've got an interesting story. When I moved to the UK with my wife, she bought me a very nice shirt. Now she does, she buys most of my clothes. And I was decorating the apartment and needed something to put on as I was decorating. And it was a Ben Sherman I landed on quickly. I was busy painting. And I never forget her face when she saw what I was wearing. I hadn't realized how precious it was, because the paint was a permanent paint. And that was it. She had to remind me of the importance of not just the labor, but the quality and how much she'd invested in to get me that shirt. A second example is the one I take from Senegal. We saw Resa kestrels here, and in the Kosuma region, there's a massive roast of Resa kestrels. And LPO, the bird partner in France, got some funding, went there with CNRS to do research. And among the products they got was a documentary telling the story about the roost and the communities living around it. And when I was sent to evaluate the project, I was horrified to find that title, Pitch to Bab, L'Oiseau des Blancs, white man's bird. I was shocked. I went back and said, who came up with the title? If you Google up the title, Pitch to Bab, you may find it on Vimeo and other good platforms. And the realized was one way to possibly appeal to the Western audience, but the African audience wasn't there. Although most of the actors, people speaking, were all Senegalese, men and women, young, aspiration of what they can do around the roost. It was too late because the film was published. But if I was to find a better title, I wonder what it may be. I'll let you think about it as you go about crafting, laying the foundation for the next action plan. That's another Senegalese. You may be see I'm a little bit biased towards Senegal. I've been working there for the last 9 years now. And that statement really speaks volume. And it's another added problem you're going to face. You're going to conserve what we love. We're going to love what we understand. We're going to understand what we are taught. We may teach ourselves through research, but that statement, Baba Dioum, is very, very much important. Take note of it. And adding to the small warblers and other small birds, I've got some not so good news for you. They're not known in Africa. Some languages, they don't have names. Some species, they name the family and possibly a bit of genus. You don't get the species. So we've got to look, your work cut out to teach people to start seeing those birds, to name them, to understand them, to start loving them, to come along that journey to conserve them. So, my last two slides, it's not pitch to Bab. We're going to say we share these species, and everybody has a role to play. Secondly, they're not worthless. They've got to value that Ben Sherman. And before any conservation takes place, we need to take the people on that journey with us. And therefore, we have to be united on the flyway. And finally, again, it's a bit of a speculation there. We're going to be designing a good project to take this, but I'm afraid what you need is a program, a long, super long program. You need good partners, I was to say stakeholders. You need a good commitment for these many species, because there's so many gaps you need to be filling. And also an action plan for 150 years. So be ambitious, but that doesn't mean that the first few years is going to be wasted, but instead gather momentum and try to hold on to it. So thank you very much.
So, Wency, did Ben Sherman get you a new shirt? Because you were clearly looking for sponsorship.
My wife got me another Ben Sherman.
You'll never make that mistake again, will you? Sorry, could I ask you, kindly ask you to flock a little bit more dense way to allow everybody to see?
Okay, sit on here or? Yeah.
There should be seat for everybody.
I've got
Is that yours, John? Can we move that so I can put this on this?
What's Oh, sorry. Which side do you want? Thank you.
So, there we are. Everything's best of luck.
Thank you.
Just look to me and I'll come and be free.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, if it's still morning, and like everyone else, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm a bit of a novice giving presentations, so please bear with me. And oh, this has already fallen off. Can I do it without a microphone? Can people hear me? If I talk like this, is that good? Okay, I will ditch the microphone. Thank you. So this is my title. I avoided using the word stakeholders just to try and keep plain English, because that's one of the things I find easier and important. And this is the brief that Will gave me. So I've just picked out a few words from what he asked me to come and do, which were big picture thinking, obviously the regional landscape flyway scale, and action plans for multiple species. And as he said at the beginning, relevant, useful, and achievable. If you're going to have an action plan that's going to be implemented, then it has to work for those communities, people, whoever is implementing, and achievable. So I'm hoping I can add some ideas, help the process you're going through, and my brief really is going beyond both what Carlos and Wency have already presented. So I would say it's beyond science, beyond policy, to the implementation, and the people and action, but I'm even going to go even further than they have gone and argue that it's people on the ground as well in these different landscapes, countries. You have to go bottom up as well as top down. I understand the global policy processes and so on, and you have to fit within those frameworks, but if you don't build up from people on the ground involvement in every stage, then you're not going to achieve the overall objectives. My relevant background is I'm focusing on my most recent experiences as a consultant, which are landscape scale regional programming and supporting local and national capacity, government and NGO and others, all stakeholders. And as I say, it's what I focus on is the policy to the people, to the implementation, getting the action to happen. I'm talking about the same flyway that Wency has been, so it's the East Atlantic Flyway, and all my examples here are sub-Saharan Africa, so it's very, very different from what Carlos presented in Europe, and I imagine the majority of people here are from Europe. I think Imed is here somewhere, so my apologies. There's somebody actually from Africa, which is good. I just put this in just for a bit of light relief. This isn't entirely what I think, but just the idea that, as others have said, you can have the most perfect data, but at the end of the day, if you don't get on with it and do something, you're not going to achieve the change that you're looking for. And in my experience, so this is going back to my experience of regional landscape scale action programming, if you like, and this science policy practice nexus. It's quite often seen in quite a linear way. You do the good science, you then develop best policies, then you take action, and then you might start involving local people, and then you're looking for the outcomes in conservation and development terms, and we talk about biodiversity and people, or nature and people, and benefits to local people. So the science, other words for it would be the data collection, setting priorities, identifying problems, the policy, then you have to look at the constraints and the barriers, and exactly what Carlos was talking about. How do you use the science to then reform policy and vice versa, and action on the ground to lead to the outcomes? My argument is that that's not a very good way. It should be more of a circular process, again, as Carlos presented. So if you start with the science, you lead to the policy, you lead to the action, you should be involving local people there, hopefully, and moving to outcomes, conservation and development outcomes with people on the ground who are the implementers. But I would also argue that this is even better, that you should actually be looking, engaging, and again, this is very specific to the area I'm talking about, which is sub-Saharan Africa, down through the Sahel, Guinea habitats, Guinea forest habitats, Sudan, Guinea forest, all those different biomes and regions. And I should have said as well, South Africa, of course, is very different. So I'm very much looking at that middle bit, which was more or less what Wency was showing as well. But my argument would be that even if you start with the science, you should there be starting with science on the ground as well with local people, and the same all the way around that cycle, and particularly when you come back round and thinking about capacity and local people, science and monitoring on the ground. Again, there are very good examples all over the place of this, and as Wency said, the BirdLife Network is a very good one with IBA monitoring and systems, which has happened in Europe as well, of course, but in Africa it's very different because you don't have the the regional structures, the policy frameworks and so on, like Carlos was talking about, they're either not there or they simply don't function. So actually getting down onto the ground, working with local people, you can call it citizen science, whatever you like, but those are the people on the ground that you need to involve in knowing what is happening all the way around that cycle, I would say, in order to identify what the problems are. You can call that science if you like. Then developing policies, looking at the contexts in each different country, different landscape, and then the action obviously has to involve local people, and by and large in developing countries, it's quite interesting in the, I've been working in this domain for maybe 30 years, and it's gone through cycles as these things do. We used to call them integrated conservation and development programs. That's come back round. People have rediscovered the fact that in order to do conservation in these sub-Saharan countries, you have to be working with local people, and it has to be in those local people's interest, and they are the ones who will affect the change. And so it's come back to saying, oh yes, we actually need to have conservation and development together. And then the capacity, which I will come on to as well, because I think that's a really important element of this, is that you have to look at the capacity and the needs at these different levels, local, national, and then that, how that fits up to whatever regional frameworks there may be, if there are policy frameworks to work with, and up to the, obviously, up to the very top level framework, which in this case would be AIMLAP, I guess. So this is my crude attempt to interpret what I think Will was saying the idea is, that this will be, and how you would go about it in terms of the strategic thinking, I guess. So you would look at along the flyway, and you might have these different landscapes along the flyway, which might have the green squares are bird species. So it's a multiple species action plan. So you might have different different sets of these species in these different landscapes. And what you are likely to be doing is looking for what are the commonalities that both what these birds need in those landscapes, and what are the threats that potentially an action plan can then start to tackle. So commonality of use, I guess, by the bird species that you're interested in, commonality of threats, and then looking upwards for policy levers and policy and action solutions, but all the way along the flyway, and that's going to be different contexts in each of these landscapes. And some of these landscapes will be in different countries, some of them will be transboundary, depends how you define it. So again, I would say on top of that, what you then need is opportunity mapping, which is who are the people who will implement on the ground, because again, that's where change will be achieved. And if you don't understand those people on the ground, why they're behaving in a particular way, for example, if you're looking at widespread agricultural landscapes, why do people farm the way they do? And that's a big challenge to do it right across a landscape. But you have to have some understanding of that if you're going to identify solutions that benefit birds and people. There are plenty of people in this room, I imagine. I mean, I know Lautzen and Wency and Carlos. Plenty of examples. Wency pointed out the Northern Ghana one. There are shea parklands projects in Burkina and Northern Ghana, which have been led by BirdLife partners in those countries, and with support from European BirdLife partners like VBN and RSPB. The turtle dove examples Carlos gave, although I noticed he didn't actually get beyond the EU in terms of action on the ground. Maybe there are other things happening, but his presentation was about the EU, which, as I say, is an incredibly different context from when you get south of the Sahara, and there simply are not those strong policy frameworks. The African Union is not going to come in and fine an African government for not protecting migratory landbirds. That simply isn't a lever that you can even look for. So, and I would say that in the majority of these countries, I don't know who. I get the impression in Europe that the majority of this there's an expectation, because it's under a convention, that this will be government-led or coordinated, or at least government will play a strong role, along with other stakeholders and NGOs and institutions and so on. Again, the area I'm talking about, migratory landbirds and AIMLAP is not going to be the top of any government agenda. And, you know, because they have when they're responding to climate change convention, to biodiversity convention, to national biodiversity strategies and action plans, to nationally determined contributions, and that's where they will get the funding from. If you go and talk to, I don't even know who the focal point for migratory landbirds would be in many of the countries I've worked in. I wouldn't know where to start, to be honest, and you know, it's a completely different policy context. So my argument is that in order to understand what's going on in these kind of contexts, you need to look at who the implementers are, and I would argue that a lot of these international and internationally funded conservation and development programs, so led by or funded by things like the Global Environment Facility. I saw somebody mention the Great Green Wall somewhere. That is kind of a regional framework that is developing a regional program, but you would still have to work individually in each of those countries at the national level to actually affect change on the ground, I would argue. And another thing, the other bullet that I have here is that sustainable finance is a big buzzword now in this international conservation and development program arena. And increasingly that is, so it's all the standard donor funding, grant funding that, I mean, many people would be familiar with anyway. So it's the big UN agencies, Global Environment Facility, and then European programs in many of these West African countries that I'm talking about will have their own programs in those countries, and then EU regional programming. There's a lot of funding in forests and other landscapes. I don't know whether people will have heard of the Natura Africa. It's the Green Deal for EU Green Deal for Africa. Natura Africa is the biodiversity and people side of that. So they're funding a lot of different programs. There was a PAP4, which was for forests, Guinean forests of West Africa. There was PAP-Bio, which was other biomes, and then BioPalma is the technical knowledge management and data side of EU funding in West Africa. So I am going to move on to a couple of examples that for me just illustrate a couple of examples that illustrate what I think are good examples of doing this, actually trying to follow that science policy practice nexus in West Africa. And I've taken Guinea as a particular example because I've been working there quite a bit recently on a Global Environment Facility program, and in a couple of the other Guinea forest countries, so Sierra Leone and Liberia and Guinea. But these examples in Guinea, I've got two examples, which are, one is Royal Botanic Gardens Kew as a academic science UK-based research institution, but which is working in Guinea in a very small way, building up, but I think it's a really exemplary way that they're doing it. And the second example is another BirdLife one, which is the NABU, the BirdLife Germany partner. working with BMZ, the German development bank, development aid organization, with backing from KfW, German Development Bank, as technical and financial assistance in 3 countries in West Africa. So obviously plants, trees are a lot easier to map than birds that move around a lot, but it's still, in a country like Guinea, where you would think, and there is pretty low capacity in every direction, government, NGOs, and so on, but Q has been working, and I think it's for, I don't know how many years now, but it must be maybe 30 years in a small way, Kew Gardens, with national research institutions, particularly the herbarium. They actually helped to re-establish a herbarium in Guinea, and with national NGOs and others. And I just thought, just to present a map of Guinea, and this, so it doesn't really matter, the data that are on here are actually to do with tropical important plant areas, which is part of the process they've done, and how they align with protected areas. But it's an example of building up a map of data science for a country with national partners and international support. And here's, so that's just an example of people from Kew, and I'll, sorry, I haven't moved you, oh, sorry. Sorry, that was the map I was talking about. Sorry, problem of using 2 machines. So yeah, that's a map of Guinea, tropical important plant areas, and overlaying with some national protected areas. And this is just an example of I've borrowed these slides from Kew, from Charlotte Couch, who's the woman in the picture. But it's a really interesting group of people. The people they're working with here are the National Herbarium of Guinea, OGIPA, which is the Guinean Office of Parks and Reserves, the National Eaux et Forêts, so that's part of the Ministry of Environment, Guinea Ecologie, which is the national, primary national biodiversity NGO, BirdLife partner, and PEG, which is actually a Parlement des Enfants de Guinée. So it's a national institution composed of 114 children, so it's like a youth parliament. So they're actually sitting in on this policy process, getting the youth parliament involved. And who else? CITES are present, and CIRI, which is another institution, post-university institution in science and environment. And this is another aspect of what Kew Gardens have been supporting, the herbarium and other institutions in Guinea. And I like this title because it was enhancing data access to transform Guinea's capacity to identify and protect its threatened plant species. And it's led to red listing of threatened plants. They're doing a lot of appropriate level training, for example, here in the herbarium, but also in the field, and kind of different levels of science, as I say, involving children as well in Guinea, but also up to level of PhDs and people visiting Kew. And this was just to show one of the processes that they've gone through is to produce a national action plan for threatened trees of Guinea. And you can maybe see some of the logos, but it's quite an incredible mix of national and international NGOs, academic institutions, and donors, and including Rio Tinto private sector support. So they've helped finance the herbarium and ongoing with programs both in the field and at the herbarium level. And this is now beginning to feed into other countries. And for example, in Sierra Leone, Q are now working with the herbarium in Sierra Leone as well. And the point about linking into these bigger conservation, international integrated conservation and development programs and bigger donors, whether it's Global Environment Facility funding or member states of the EU national funding to another country, or private sector like Rio Tinto. These are the organisations that both have the influence on government, so you're actually can then work back upwards to policy levels at government and regional level. They're also, another point that has really occurred to me recently is that all these organisations all need and want monitoring data themselves. So it's another really neat way to sort of link in to get KBAs funded or information gathering of all kinds. And there is funding, you know, within these circles. So there's both influence and funding if you link into these international programs. And many international NGOs are involved as well. So Fauna and Flora, BirdLife International, Wild Chimpanzee Foundation, all these organisations in these countries in West Africa are very engaged with all these processes and would be very good partners in any type of action planning, even birds. And that just again was to show all the partners that are involved in this particular example with Kew Gardens. So both Global Critical Ecosystem Partnership funding, but then JRS Biodiversity Foundation, so European support, Darwin funding through BirdLife or other UK partners, and the Global Biodiversity Information Facility and Biodiversity Information for Development, etc. And the other thing I think that Kew have done really well is this national to regional, global level, involving national institutions in Guinea, NGOs and government, building capacity at that level, at the right kinds of level, which often is not primary research, but it might be data handling, data management, and field skills. Actually, they've trained foresters in plant ID and actually taken a lot of this capacity building actually out into the field as well. So working with local communities, citizen science for monitoring, and forest guards, and education into schools and so on. And as I said before, yeah, regional and global funding, CEPF, Darwin UK, GEF8 child programs are now coming into all these areas, and they're all looking to these kinds of programs and partnerships to actually support conservation and development programs that are going on. Yeah. Okay, I will move on. So I've just, a note to myself here was follow the money, because that will also help find information, data and monitoring expertise, and policy influence. And then the other example I had, NABU, Germany, and similarly working in several countries, and they've moved from, I saw a note somewhere that somebody had mentioned AfriBird, which was an initial NABU project quite some years ago, which did involve data gathering, bird surveys and so on. But NABU have moved now with 3 countries and 3 BirdLife partners to more of a project co-development on the ground and capacity building, but still there's still science integrated in that and policy influence. And again, by doing this on the ground with some of these other programs, integrating on a wide scale with agricultural programs like FAO and ICRAF and other development agencies, and with the backing of BMZ, in this case, German government development aid, and have a much wider program. And they're now moving on to a new phase called Afrique L, which is particularly about capacity development and women as leaders. Another thing I would advocate is talk to the women. And just finally, just an example of what I think is best practice. You have to be sitting down at this level, and you can see this is, it's a classic thing that any of us who've worked in this region will be familiar with. You sit under a mango tree and you talk to people, but there are laptops here and there are people recording and strategic planning and so on, but you do have to start at this level as well as higher up and work bottom up and top down. Thank you. Sorry, I went on too much.
Thank you. Noni's point about how we need to consider Africa, you have to forgive us, this is a cost initiative, and the EU has very strict rules about who's invited to the party and not. And as an organisation, the cost organisers, we're so trying to subvert the system to do what we can, but it is tricky. But in our minds, anyway.
Oh, sorry, yes.
No sé, como quieras, no sé.
Sí, póntelo.
Sí, me lo pongo.
Poquito, sí. Vaya, al bolsillo o al cinturón.
Sí, está bien, aquí, al bolsillo.
Ponlo tú, mejor.
A ver si dura más que el anterior. Is it working? Bretons.
¿Cuál?
Bretons, el PowerPoint, sí.
¿O el 2?
El de PowerPoint, he puesto el PDF por si acaso.
¿Este, no?
Sí. ¿Para pasar?
Aquí con el...
Ahí mismo, vale.
¿Abriste el micro?
Okay. Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this workshop, and kind of I'm not familiar with many of you, so I'm really looking forward to engage with you and try to contribute to the objectives of these cost actions. I'm Luis Bretons. I'm a researcher also at the CSIC, at the Spanish Research Council in Barcelona, but I'm also part of the Ornithological Institute, and also representing today a bit like the European Versus Council, where I'm going to concentrate a bit most of my talk. So I think I try to get to do my best of what we'll ask about kind of how to get very ambitious but implementable and successful multi-species action plan. I just start from the beginning. I don't know exactly how to do it. I've been working on, my research combines like data gathering, more pure research in global change, but I'm more and more involved in policy process. So I think that I will end this part here in the sense that I think that the most important thing of our multi-species action plans is the process, is that we know that it's a process. It's not something that ends in a moment in time because we handle a document. So that's going to be a long process, and this is I'm really happy to be part of this process from the very beginning. And as like any other process, it will have like different levels, and all these levels need information and people. And I think it's very nice from the previous speakers that this has been clear from the very beginning. So I will be focusing mostly on the data and the information, because also as we saw from the first speakers from Carlos, I will be building a bit on that because of the kind of data. We need information, we need to knowledge, and this part of gathering all this information is an important part of an action plan, for a species action plan. But if we want to do multi-species action plans, that means that we need all this information in common currency for many species. And that's where my work and the work of all the kind of the community around the European Versus Council that maybe all of you are part of, it's relevant. So how we start even like addressing all this integration of information. I think multi-species action plans will need all these processes on the first level in integrating information. There is a lot of information about tracking that many of you are experts on. I will be concentrating on the species on the projects from the European Versus Council, focusing on monitoring, specifically on PECAMS, on the Pan-European Common Bird Monitoring Scheme.
the European Breeding Bird Atlas, and now the developments in the European bird portals. In the integration, again, of all the information that we are a lot of people collecting and sending to these portals, and that become a kind of a very good source of information at the European level. The thing is that all these projects, and I will start just very briefly on pecans, building on what Carlos has been explaining. This is not just like a project that you all know that is producing trends for species at the European level by combining information from the monitoring programs at each of the countries, and then producing all these indicators that have been very influential in policy and that are very successful in terms of another example of how information integrated at European level with a kind of a rich network that combining those communities actually might be very influential in policy. And the farmer indicator is also a very good example of this influence. It's much more than that. It's a community and a network of different levels. So the PECAMs and the information that Carlos was showing comes from the information that skilled volunteers are collecting every year, and their national coordinators building capacity on them, building databases, collecting that information, making sure that there's a quality control, running statistical programs on that to produce national species indices. So each of the countries is like there is a network with a lot of levels, and that information is then passed to the PECANs. That is like the project, like undergone by the EBCC, where all this information is integrated and then like linked to in this case, to European policy, but not only the European policy, international conservation strategies. But I want to kind of to strengthen this part, that this is really much more. So there is the tip of the iceberg. When you see the trend, that's the tip of the iceberg. And these kind of structures are quite necessary, and that we need probably to align what we are doing with some of the networks that you are party with other kind of data. So the second one is the Atlas. The Atlas is like a kind of similar in structure. Of course, there's like each of the project, each of the countries, they have their own Atlas project, but then you need to integrate those to have some kind of common currencies to integrate those information about distribution, so that we can have a way to look across all the species and have information on breeding distribution in this sense. This information has been used also, for instance, in the turtle dove action plan, and then now of course we have the information in time. We have information also at relatively low resolution at 10K from modeling from many species, and also change at 50K from the Atlas. I think that the information, detailed information on change that we can relate to trends that PECAMS is showing, but also to the threats that some of you know that will be affecting all the species, are some of the challenge. So to which degree we can advance in actually modeling better or having more information about changes in distribution at lower spatial scales. EBCC is working on a kind of a new project, the EBA Live, so the European Breeding Bird Atlas for the breeding bird in real time, so that we can update those distributions. And so all this network is producing and collecting information at more frequent time steps, mostly related also with the BREST directive in this case, to produce and update the maps from the Atlas. So this is just a project, still a project that is working, but still the idea is then that there is a part of this PECAMS information that it's spatially explicit, and we can combine the information from the trends at the national level with the spatially explicit information related to the Atlas, and start deriving information of change at the European level. This is not easy, because once we get into the detail of a space, biases are quite important all the time. But this is kind of a line of development that it's there, and they are already for some of the faunal species that this kind of outputs are already available. But as you know, there is not only it's not only about breeding; it's about all the cycle. And here is where the third project from EBCC is getting. So it's the EBP, so the Robert portal with all the portals from the different for countries in Europe, just meet and through different standards collate the data and show it at the European level. So it's kind of integrated vision of these standards. So that there is a kind of again, so it's like a big network of institutions, and in this case, like linking with new technologies related to the mobilization of information and list and causal data, with a kind of a huge amount of information being delivered in those portals. There is a kind of, in this case, the data is quite kind of heterogeneous. There is a lot of complete lists, but only in some countries that allow for more detailed and precise analysis to accounting for observation effort, etc. And then there are different projects around the Robert portal partners trying to push for increases in data quality by collecting lists more widely, and also to complement some of the gaps that we have, especially in Southern and Eastern Europe. So the idea is that the new projects that we have started, especially the LIFE project that I'm also representing here, I'm the coordinator of the LIFE EBP reinforcement project with all the network from EBP, in which there are different objectives. Most of the objectives are related to strengthening the network, especially in those areas where we have gaps and capacity needs, especially in Eastern Europe, and then a more like operational or more like research applied side of the project that I explained now, to integrate the data from the different projects of the EBCC. So the idea is, as I was saying, that's to concentrate this project is concentrating on the areas and we have those capacity and gaps, especially, for instance, to strengthen the turtle dove was one of the priorities for the European Commission. So there is a lot of issues in terms of data gathering in the Eastern Flyway. So we needed to reinforce those data gathering there, and then to try to illustrate how the information from the European bird portal could actually contribute to conservation needs in Europe by strengthening the capacity that we have to produce maps across all the season. And I have one example of this information. So it's one of these applications in which, for the first time, the information from the Eurobird portal has been modeled at a weekly level, and then an application, an example of the linkage between the information and distribution for many species across the year has been linked to protected areas. This is a work led by Jennifer Border at BTO and by a different group of people around the Eurobird portal. So this is relevant to our studies or our discussions here. Migrant species are in decline. That's where we are, looking for multi-species action plans, and protected areas are a cornerstone in protecting migrant species. In many cases, because probably hunting is lower there, or because some land use changes might be also lower in those protected areas. Of course, there are different processes and threats that might be related, but that was one of the examples that we wanted to assess to which degree migrants are protected through the different moments of the year by protected areas. So the information from the EBP, it's of course it's as it's collected by the portals, is very heterogeneous. There are a lot of biases in terms of observers' efforts, etc. So what we did is use this information through some modeling approaches similar to the ones that also the eBird team have been applying on the stems, spatial temporal modeling techniques to determine the distributions of the species at a wiki level at 10K square resolution to determine the protected area coverage by this, well, I mean, spatial temporal models is just like a kind of a species distribution model technique in which like many models are kind of calibrated across the space to deal with this kind of heterogeneity in data availability, and also kind of to account for differences in space in terms of habitat selection of the species. So we actually produce all this for 30 species, migratory species, in which we modeled the distribution and kind of with very good results in terms of predictive ability. We have now the capacity to actually map at 10K weekly for many migratory species these changes in time and space that then we can link with different variables. This is the willow robber, the swallow, for instance, again, and winchat. So now the idea is that we start having like kind of information from different species and kind of common currencies that we can use in the information that we need before the implementation of the action plan. So it's like the tools we have to implement those conservation actions. And one is protected areas. So we overlap those maps with information from protected areas in Europe. So what we could able to do, and then it's with this overlap, so we could like for different migratory species, and each week of the year to account or calculate the percentage of some occurrence in the protected area, and kind of including different kinds of protected area, more or less kind of strict protection in those areas. But then we could do that and see to which degree the distribution of that species on that week is covered, or it's in this protected area, and assess differences in the different species. So you can see that only for very few species, actually, we have like those percentages are related to the biodiversity targets, 2020, 2030, so 17% of species distribution in protected areas, so 30% as a 2030 biodiversity target. And just very briefly as well, so we found, just very briefly, but that species in so during the spring passage were a bit better protected or better covered by protected areas compared to autumn and during the breeding time, and farmland species were less protected, as one could expect because of the kind of habitat they are using, in terms of also the overlap with the with protected areas in terms of distributions across the year. And also in terms more like, so what could be the basis of this multi-species action plan is that we have some evidence in this work that the actual some occurrence in protected areas across the year is actually somehow related to species trends at the national level. So we have some kind of evidence that might be a kind of process there. Of course, it's difficult to disentangle exactly what are the causes exactly that related probably to combinations of threat avoided in protected areas. But there is some kind of evidence that this some occurrence in protected areas across the year is somehow related to species trends, which is actually some of the kind of the currency that probably in many cases, and the turtle dove example shows that we could use to kind of evaluate our action. So considerations for policy. So this is kind of what I just showed you is a kind of example of how communities can organize. It's not only about collecting data, it's about people, and communities can also be organized, to collect good data. The nice thing around all the processes that I show you is that the same organizations linking at the European level around the BCC with all these products are the ones responsible for policy information also, or kind of providing the information required at the national level, with many of these policies are also working, so they are very involved. And it's true, I mean, I agree with also with the previous speakers that Europe is very different from Africa, and we need probably different kind of tools and kinds of engagements. But Europe is very different also. So all the countries in Europe are very different, and Kosovo are very different from, is very different from Finland or from and Ireland, from Romania. So I think we have been learning a lot about how important it is to deal with this difference, and how important it is actually to exchange information at every level, from the capacity level to the technology level, to the research level, and methodologies in this kind of networks that need probably to be extended. And then how we can get to the base of integration of information that can be then used in the species actions plans. So I will finish here. So it's not that I have the solution for the actions plans, but I think that we have actually showed that the basic of a lot of the integration of information, and the basis for starting the action plans, and then starting those processes that need to be the ones leading eventually to succession action plans is there. So thank you.
Perfect. We'll go straight to the next last speaker, please.
A little bit here.
We're just running 10 minutes late, so we'll just stick to 10 minutes on to coffee.
Tengo esto también, ¿no? Ya está, ya tengo todo. Gracias.
Okay.
Which one is it?
It's okay. This one, Oviedo Choice Experiments.
This one?
Oviedo. Yeah, Euflynet.
Este?
Yeah.
So you just hit the cursor to go through, yeah?
This one. Okay.
I'll open
But
them up.
I think that's. Hello, can you hear me? Now? Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I think I'm going to present myself because I may be the only social scientist here today. No? Okay, good. Okay, well, we are few people from social scientists. Okay, so my name is José Oviedo. I work at the Spanish National Research Council, Institute of Marine Science of Andalusia. And I think I'm going to take 2-3 minutes to give you a little bit of background. If I understood well, the idea was bringing me here today to give a different perspective of what other scientists do in the topic of conservation of species. So, and yes, I'm here. I'm an economist, I'm an environmental economist, so we work with economics. We work with environment, so we try to bring the two worlds together. My main goal today here is to show you how we approach these issues. These methods I'm presenting here today, they've been developed for many years. I think I have two goals. The first goal is to show you how we approach this, but I think it's also interesting, if we have some time later, that you also try to help me to improve how we do this, because these methods are somehow, for some people they are not well accepted. Other people, they do understand the methods, but I think we have to work more on the way to improve them, and I think it's a good opportunity to show you how we do these things, and then to obtain some feedback from you. Okay, so let's move. Well, my talk is about choice experiments and simulated exchange value. These are two methods which we try to bring together for the goal of making an economic valuation of threatened species. And this is done with the ultimate goal of developing biodiversity monetary ecosystem accounting. And I'll stop a little bit on that later. But first of all, I think it's important to understand, to give you the context of why we want to do an economic valuation of threatened species. And this brings us to what we call in environmental economics non-market valuation. These are a set of methods that we use. They've been using for many years, almost like 50 years now. And we use them when we face products, when we face services or goods that are not traded in formal markets. These are goods, these are products for which market prices are not observable. What happened here? What happened here is that when we have these, official statistics basically ignore them. And environmental economics as a discipline has tried to bridge this gap for already 50, 40 years. So let me give you a representation. This is a classic price and quantity demand and supply figure. When we deal with a non-market product, an environmental good, a public good, we normally have the supply, the cost. We have a lot of costs involved in the management of a non-market product, in the provision. But we lack an observable demand. So we have a quantity, but we don't have what we economists use in our analysis, which is the other part, the demand. It is unknown. And we need to attain this demand, we need the willingness to pay of people, the willingness to pay of society to obtain this figure. And this is what we try to do by applying non-market valuation. So let's move. There's a lot of literature of non-market valuation, but in my research, I try to bring together two disciplines. Let me explain a little bit about it. On one hand, we have ecosystem accounting. This is a discipline that has been developed for 15 years already. I mean, more years, but mainly for the last 15 years. In 2021, we finally got an approved manual by United Nations. It's called the CA. It's the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, Ecosystem Accounting. And it was approved as a standard, but only for biophysical accounting. So when we talk about ecosystem accounting, we have quantities, physical quantities. We have to account for that, and then we have the economic accounting. But the United Nations has approved ecosystem accounting only on the biophysical standard, on the biophysical part. The idea of this accounting is to identify and to measure nature's contribution to the economy. And when we talk about nature, there's a lot of non-market products. Remember the first slide. So we have this non-market product for which we don't have a demand observable. Accounting focus on exchange values. This is a little bit technical thing. I'll try to explain that later. And economic valuation methods are still open to discussion. So we economists, we're still discussing which methods are the best for ecosystem accounting. That's on one hand. On the other hand, we have a family of methods, stated preferences, in which choice experiments are included, that have been used for many, many, many years, but never for ecosystem accounting. The idea here, these methods, they use questionnaires to ask people to state preferences for any type of environmental good, environmental policies, environmental programs. The idea is to attain this demand of a non-market product based on willingness to pay. Stated preference focus on a different metric in economic terms, which is the Higgsian surplus. Sorry, this is a very technical, but there's a difference between exchange values and Higgsian surplus. And that's why these two disciplines have evolved a little bit independently. But there's a long-standing literature of stated preference on how to elicit reliable willingness to pay value. So there's a lot of research saying, I mean, it may sound a little bit silly, the question, how much are you willing to pay for something? But there's a lot of literature trying to find ways to actually obtain a reliable value from that. And the question here, the question we asked ourselves some time ago was, can we use stated preference for ecosystem account? Because we observed that they develop independently. And we proposed for that, we said yes, okay, we can do that. And we proposed a method which is the simulated exchange value. So what stated preference do is to estimate this demand, okay, this demand function. And then we propose to use it to simulate an exchange value that we can then take and use it for ecosystem accounting. I insist this is a little bit technical, but this method, the simulated exchange value method, what it does is to take into account not only the demand function, but also the cost function, the supply, and an assumed market structure. So what we try to do is actually to simulate the whole market. Stated preference normally focus only on the demand. We try to simulate the whole market. What would happen is this non-market product would be a real market product. What's the value that we can produce? That's an exchange value that can be consistently integrated into ecosystem accounting. And we do that by, these are our supply function, and we assume that only a single price would be set in the market, and a quantity of consumers would pay that. That would make it consistent with exchange value, and then we can use it for ecosystem accounting. Because of the use of the Hicksian surplus, these two methods have been developed independently. So let's move to a more, this is the area of the exchange value. Okay, so I'll try to explain the objectives now. I'm moving to my research. I'm going to present you a research we did in collaboration with my co-authors in the first slide. So I'm presenting you a choice experiment, the design and implementation of a choice experiment to estimate the demand for the preservation of the stock of certain species in an ecosystem. Using that demand, then we simulate the exchange value of the stock of these threatened species. And also one of the objectives here was to contribute precisely to this debate on how to use economic valuation methods for ecosystem accounting. But first, what is a choice experiment? So sorry, I'm taking a little bit of time explaining things that in other audiences maybe I wouldn't take that time. So what is a choice experiment? Okay, first it's a survey-based method. Stated preferences are based on questionnaires. So we use questionnaires to ask people. So choice experiment is a type of stated preference method. But what is most importantly defined in a choice experiment is that it presents a hypothetical scenario. It's based on a simulation with predefined alternatives. We present a set of alternatives put to people, and those alternatives are characterized by multiple attributes. It's based on a theory of value, a very old theory of value, which says that the value of things are the value of the different characteristics of the thing, and not the value of the whole thing. So we can decompose the value of something into the different characteristics. And that's what really characterizes a choice experiment. Using the choices that people made about these alternatives, characterized by multiple attributes, we develop logic model probabilities to precisely obtain that demand function. Out of that demand, we obtain willingness to pay both for the alternatives, but also for the individual attributes. That's what defines a choice experiment. But choice experiment is also a market, a method for market goods. And if I show you a little example, maybe you understand much better. This is a choice experiment about airline tickets. And you see there are 3 alternatives, and there are multiple attributes. So we ask people to choose which airline ticket would you prefer. And you have 3 alternatives, the attribute and the different values. So by presenting a lot of choice situations to people and make them choice, we can obtain their preferences about the alternative and also the attributes. I took this from the web. This is not mine, but this is an example. Sometimes I think it's better to understand, it's easier to understand first how it works for a market good, and now we move to the environmental good. Okay, now let's move to the case study we've been developed for 4 or 5 years already. This is in collaboration with my co-authors, Andres and Gonzalo, who are here today too. We started developing a case study for ecosystem accounting in the coast wetlands of southwestern Iberian Peninsula. And the choice experiment is specifically for the evaluation of waterbird threatened species. We believe this is a good case study for ecosystem accounting because it combines traditional commercially oriented activities, but also environmental values associated to In this case, this is an important area for the migration and reproduction of waterbird species, but there are also like salt production, aquaculture, there's some free access recreation. So this is the context where we develop the exercise of threatened species valuation. And now move to that. When doing this case study, we decided to do this choice experiment. And first of all, we needed to identify, we say, okay, we are going to value what in environmental economics, we call the existence value of a species. So we decided to, decided to focus on waterbird species and threatened species. That pertains to the concept, to the category of existence value. So we were not interested in other species like recreational species because we wanted to focus on species of conservation concern. So we started with all the species identified in the study area, there were 98, but then we focus on the 41 included in the Annex 1 bird directive because they are managed for conservation, they are of conservation priority. And then we identified the threat category based on the IUCN criteria and using the red books of Spain and Portugal. We were interested in this differentiation by threat category because we thought that this was a good way to standardize a method that could be applied elsewhere. Like if we use this method and it works, maybe for other ecosystem accounting applications you can use this method. And if you go to another region, to another country, you still have these IUCN criteria. You have different red books, but the criteria are standardized, so you can apply them. So we end up with 28 species for we assume we have an existence value. So we are interested in the economic value for their existence. Because we were working with two countries, because the ecosystem goes along the coast, Atlantic coast of Spain and Portugal, in case of the threat categories differ, we decided to go with higher threat. And we end up with 13 vulnerable species, 8 endangered species, and 7 critically endangered species. And our choice experiment asked about these species. So we propose, and this is the final part of the design, well, this is evaluation context. Before designing the experiment, we have to define, we have to present respondents. Keep in mind, this is always a questionnaire where you have to explain people what's the context where they have to make the choices. So in this case, our context says that people are already paying taxes. As we are working in an ecosystem accounting context, the people are paying already through taxes to contribute to this public activity. So that must be taken into account too. And we asked them what would be their additional willingness to pay to those taxes for the preservation of different levels of stocks of certain species in the area. And our baseline situation, we always have to define our reference level, a baseline, is that if no additional funding is provided for the preservation of these species, there will be an increase in the stock of threatened species in the area. We define that, and based on that, we designed, well, this will be graphically, basically this is our baseline. X0 is the stock at the baseline. We're interested in finding, this is the current taxes paid for this stock, and we are interested in seeing how much people are willing to pay for moving from X0 to X1. And this will give us the demand function. These are the attributes of our experiment. Okay, so we differentiate the number of species in each threat category, and we have an additional attribute with the money to be paid. In this case, we went with an additional tax to be paid only 1 year to fund that program. We present alternative biodiversity programs with outcomes in a time horizon of 30 years. So the status quo, the reference level, was this. For each species, you see that there will be an increase respect to the current situation. 3 more in vulnerable, 2 more in endangered, 1 more for critically endangered. And then we propose alternative attribute levels, which were all an improvement in respect to this status quo. Could be maintaining the same stock, or even improving and reducing even more the number of threatened species. What the choice experiment does is to combine all these attribute levels together, and we end up, well, we decided to present two alternatives in each choice situation, plus the status quo. And we asked people to choose between these three alternatives. We use an experimental design for combining all these attribute levels, and each respondent faced 4 choice situations. I'm going to show you just an example of one choice situation. So as people respond to the questionnaire, they were presented with the hypothetical scenario, and at some point they faced these 3 programs, program A, B, and status quo, no program, no payment. There will be no program, I will not pay more money, and there will be these outcomes for each group of species in its threat category. And here, this is just an example. In this case, you have more money and higher outcomes, less money and lower outcomes. But this is just an example. There was a combination of attribute levels which allow us to develop more informed probability models. So we implemented the survey with a target population of adults in Spain and Portugal using an online platform and an online national panel of respondents with a sample of almost 800 Spanish adults, 175 Portuguese adults in September, October 2019. And let me move just a little bit about the results. These are the results of the probability models, which, as you can see, I use conditional, both conditional and mixed logic model. The mixed logic model is a little bit better because it captures heterogeneity. But the thing is, all coefficients of the probability models are highly significant and positive for all species. So this means that the probability of choosing a program increases as you improve the stock of species, the stock of certain species. So that was consistent with expectation. And the tax, the monetary attribute was negative, which makes sense, and actually it meets the law of demand. As the money to be paid was higher, the probability decreases. Okay, so those results were good. But let's translate this in willingness to pay. I'm showing here for each model the median willingness to pay per respondent per species for the current stock. So how much I'm willing to pay for keeping the 28 species in the stock, differentiated by threat category. As you can see here, I think this is an interesting result. Median willingness to pay is almost the same for vulnerable and endangered species. It's about €4 per species per person in the conditional logic, a little bit higher for endangered species in the mixed logic model. But for critical endangered species, it more than doubles the other two. And when applying statistical tests, I use a complete combinatorial test. There was no significant difference between vulnerable and endangered species, and significant difference with the other two species. So this is marginal results. Let's move to the simulated exchange value. When applying this method, assuming a market structure and looking for a maximum benefit in the market, we are obtaining this single price paid by this amount of customers. And we obtain that for a one-time payment, the simulated exchange value would be €440 per person, paid by 34% of consumers of the good. We translate that in an annual payment of €16.4 per person per year. This is the value we can use for ecosystem accounting, because it's an exchange value. Okay, I'm finishing already. I think I'm past a little bit my time, sorry. Just some concluding remarks. The first one is related with the design. We found that there's a delicate balance here between the relevant physical information you provide in this questionnaire and the complexity of the questionnaire. So keep in mind, we're talking about questionnaires that last around 20 minutes. So we thought that using these IUCN threat categories was a good way to offer very synthetically a lot of information relevant for the conservation of species. Indeed, our results show that attributes were significant with respective sign, so people pay more for preserving more species with a higher threat. We also found that the society values the preservation of species more than what they actually pay as taxes, and we somehow demonstrated that the simulated exchange value method can be applied for this problem of how to value the preservation of species for which there's no formal market. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of our speakers this morning. We're slightly over time, but how this will work, I've built various things into the program. So we'll go to coffee now, because I know you're desperate. And we'll restart at 11:30. And if you could come back in here to begin. actually, when someone tells me I can't do something, that just makes me want to do it even more. So thank you very much, Carlos. So working group 1, for better or worse, is probably going to be the most hard-working group in this cost action. Don't take it lightly, but your reward will be you will die happy. Let's hope we complete the action plan before that happens. Right, that's working group 1. Working group 2.
Okay. Okay, it's hard to compete against die happy. You can also die happy if you feel like you've contributed to people's training and education. So as worthy a goal, I would like to think. So working group 2 focuses on capacity building and organising training schools and other such activities through the network. So the session today, the idea is to combine people who are involved in training schools in 2024 with people who are involved in training schools this coming year, so that we can kind of optimize how we do the training schools based on these groups speaking to each other. Also, if you have a general interest in capacity building, training, and other things like this, you can also come along and provide your own opinions. So it's not exclusively for past and future trainers, but it would be really important for past and future trainers to come if you can to this next session. So yeah, I think that's everything, and I look forward to seeing you there.
This seems to be like a commercial for working group 3. So the working group 3 represents the research gap analysis and species action plan. I will be responsible for the research gap analysis, and I would like to advertise that I will mostly talk about what are the goals, what are the objectives of this effort, what's the protocol and the method that we have developed, and it will be presented to you in a way that you can imagine what's the effort that lies ahead of us, and that you could get involved. That's it.
Okay. So it's not quite a beauty contest. So those that would like to come along to working group 1, if you could raise your hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're a small group.
Working group 2.
So working group 1 and working group 2 will go elsewhere to the breakout rooms, and working group 3 will stay here. That's how it's panned out in previous interactions. So please tell us where the rooms are. Just a moment, you need to know where to go.
Will be upstairs. Small rooms with a big sign that says room 2.
wider world conservation of migrants. And I'll let the speakers introduce themselves.
Yes, thank you. I am an ecological economist. So I'm an economist like the two other invited speakers, but I take things a bit broader, and I'm trying to see not just economics of birds, but birds in a much broader socio-economic context. And as an economist by training, I've always been interested in why people set aside land or forego the use of some resources, because, you know, they lose some economic opportunities by doing this. But I think that I haven't ever seen a case where this would have really been motivated by economics. There are lots of other arguments that people use to protect birds and to protect nature, and I'm trying to study these things and to think about how we might think about economics differently, not to be so obsessed with it, and not to be so obsessed with the idea that everything that we do, or everything that we try to argue for, has to fit into the economic framing. So this, in terms of introduction, me being ecological economist, I'm not necessarily talking about economics alone. And I'm from Łódź, Poland, but for the last 2 years I've been working in Cambridge, and this is where I came from now. And the project that I'm going to refer to, called Bird Econ, is a collaborative venture between our universities, both in Cambridge and in Łódź. And I want to tell you a little bit about the project because it shows the reasons really behind what I'm telling you today. So I am interested, as I said, in why people protect birds. And I've been trying to think about why they did so in the past, in the key moments of bird conservation over the 150 years of bird conservation. And I'm also looking at what they do nowadays. So I'm talking to bird conservationists in different bird conservation organizations and ask them, why do you protect birds? What arguments, what narratives do you use? And which of them do you see as more convincing for different stakeholders? And then I'm also looking at what people think about it. People, meaning the broader society and bird watchers. Are there any differences between the bird watchers and the general public in terms of what we are talking about here? So, well, why are birds protected? Here are some arguments. This is not a comprehensive list, but this is a list that is important enough to put in this slide. I have talked to many people, so far about 70, in bird conservation organizations, and they emphasize different things, but most often what they emphasize is science or evidence, conservation evidence. And this clearly isn't an economic issue. Economics is still there in the list, but there are other reasons, like spiritual. Maybe not so much in the Western world that we know, maybe not so much in European Union, but still sentimental arguments, which are sort of counterparts of the spiritual ones, are very strongly emphasized. And it may be the inspiration, the beauty of nature. There are lots of things that this may involve, but again, it's not necessarily economics. And then there is intrinsic value. The value of nature for nature's sake. Then there are instrumental values, and we hear a lot about instrumental values nowadays. And that's interesting, because I think that this is a little bit exaggerated. The importance of these arguments may be a little bit exaggerated, especially given the 150 years of bird conservation. So if you see it in a broader picture, it perhaps isn't as important as it may seem to some people who talk about it now. Then, as a variant of ecosystem of these instrumental values, we have ecosystem services, we have natural capital, nature-based solutions, these things that are on the agenda now. They are often talked about, they are often referred to, and necessarily bird conservation organizations refer to them too. But again, over the 150 years, this has not been the major thing. Birds as indicators of broader environmental change, and then finally the monetary values. The monetary values that my colleagues, economists, are talking about. And of course, everyone talks about economics, but is it really a reason to put birds into this framing as well? Then the human nature connectedness and relational values, a new thing that has emerged recently, but again I'm going to show you that it's not as new as it seems to be. And a very new thing that I haven't found anywhere in the past, the multi-species justice or multi-species sustainability that links to the broader issue of the rights of nature. These are the arguments that maybe we are going to hear more about in the future. So which of these arguments have the biggest transformative power? Which of them are used by conservationists and why? These are very important questions, and obviously I don't have ready answers. I'm just going to show you two historical examples that might be quite informative with regard to what we say today about why we need to protect birds. So the first one links to economics. And as I said, I'm an economist. I've done economic valuation of birds and other aspects, other parts of nature. So I know what it is about. But I have also been trying to see the broader picture of it. And I see that we are increasingly reliant on economics in everything that we do or everything that we say. And there is even one, this comes from one of the very prominent ecological economists. He says that the times we live in should rather be called the Econocene, not the Anthropocene, because of the emphasis that we put on economics. And there is some others wrote about the Church of Economism or the Church of Economics, and indeed lots of people try to put birds in this framing. So we hear a lot about the economic importance of bird watching, and there are lots of examples from different countries. But this is not a new thing. Birds have always been, to some extent, put in the economic framing as resources that needed to be managed, especially game. And this book here on the right is the seminal book that was published by the predecessor of BirdLife International in 1987 on the value of birds. And this was the first time when modern discussion on the value of birds in economic terms was started. So this is interesting because I was trying to find more examples of it, and I did find some. I found this report from 1903, the economic value of birds to the state. And I was amazed, in 1903, this is not 1970s, this is not 2000s, this is over 100 years ago. And then I found more and more and more. And I realized that this argument was already tested in the past. It was tested, and it was called economic ornithology. And it's amazing. People were writing about economic ornithology, and this is what they wrote, two examples. So the reason for this was exactly the same that we use to protect nature today. We say we need to protect nature. We need to say that these birds or these parts of ecosystems are beneficial. They provide us with benefits, and we need to actually value these benefits rather than underplay or disregard what they do. So they were doing this. They were saying that this was the time when birds were eaten, and this was the time when birds were considered pests. So perhaps this was important to reverse this way of thinking. Rather than seeing them as pests, they were to be seen as pest controllers. And this was perhaps quite successful. There were lots of people involved. They were doing radio shows, they were doing exhibitions, they were doing lots of things, but most importantly, they were doing these economic assessments regarding how much money could have been saved had the birds, otherwise killed, been left alive. And the interesting thing for me is how this ended. And this ended quite abruptly. It ended in 1920s. You can see this was an exponential growth in the number of publications on economic ornithology in the US and in the UK. And what happened in the 1920s? That economic ornithology disappeared. Any guesses?
A crisis.
Well, some kind of a crisis for nature, so to speak. Industrial pesticides. Industrial pesticides were much more efficient in terms of controlling pests, much more reliable, even more reliable than this reliable workman. So, in this case, it completely disappeared. And now hardly anyone knows about economic ornithology. So this is intriguing, isn't it? Obviously, now we have seen the same pattern. We have seen people getting interested in ecosystem services and relating ecosystem services to birds. And obviously, there is a relationship. But is it one that we really want to emphasize? Isn't it like, in the case of economic ornithology, betting against human ingenuity? Well, in the interest of time, let's be a bit quicker. And now there are multiple values of nature, and there are multiple approaches to the value of nature. You can see it's not economics only. Many people in many different spheres, in many different disciplines, humanities basically, talk about value. And they talk about values very differently. They talk about imperatives, moral imperatives. They talk about why things are important, and they don't necessarily need economic arguments for this. And one thing that I want to highlight is that this discussion is now framed in the context of what the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services is doing in terms of the value of nature. They are arguing for a much broader take on the value of nature than economics alone. They are criticizing this narrow economic approach, and they are arguing for a much broader one. And they have a spectrum of things from very specific, very specific value indicators, and the results of economic studies, monetary evaluation studies are here, through specific values where in very specific contexts there may be different arguments why nature is protected or why it should be protected, to broad values which generally talk about why people protect nature, not in specific circumstances, but much more generally, to worldviews. And worldviews and knowledge systems are obviously the highest leverage here. They indicate why people interact with nature in a given way. It's not just why nature is important, it's about the broader interactions between people and nature. And basically, the worldviews are very different. There may be indigenous worldviews that can hardly separate between nature and people. And there are others, like the economic one, which puts economics in the center, and birds, and then some people try to put birds, drag birds into this picture. So why birds are protected? Again, we can put these arguments in the broader framework of the IPBES, and I'm not going to do that now, but this is something that I'm doing, that I'm interested in. I'm just going to show you one more example from the past. And this is an example that shows how the modern conservation movement started. And it started with women. It started with women who were actually arguing to other women not to wear feather-decorated garment, hats in particular. So this was a fashion where there were always examples in the past where people were wearing feathers to adorn themselves, used as a symbol of status, used in indigenous cultural traditions as well. But in Europe, and especially in the 19th century, this was something that spread to the broader spheres of the society. So in Europe, in the 19th century, wearing feathers became so important that it actually threatened the existence of some species. And then there were women who were so appalled with this that they said, we are going to create an organization that is going to address this problem and is going to eradicate the feather trade. And they did so. It took them 30 years, but they achieved it. And they didn't refer to economic arguments. almost at all. They referred to some, but this was really on the border of their interests. So what arguments did they use? One was cruelty. They were saying that this was cruel, and obviously it was, but why would it be a problem? They were referring to sentimentality, they were referring to sentimental arguments, and most importantly to moral arguments. And this was a very interesting case where they actually reframed the Christian fundament. So birds and nature were not to be part of the human economy, part of human dominion any longer. They were to be seen as creatures, as God's creatures that deserved to be protected. And this is, you know, this is the same fundament, but it was reworked, tweaked to say something different. And this was very interesting way, very interesting example of how they tried to do something very different with something that was a dominant worldview at the time. There were obviously other arguments, but the only one that I want to mention is the last one, because it was also quite prominent at that time, trying to ask people, or women in particular, to engage in a more lively interest in birds. And this is something that I see as a predecessor of what we call today relational values. And they did even use the word kin in one instance. I studied about 200 papers from that period, so it was really interesting to see what they were saying. So finally, to conclude, there is no single answer to what arguments work best or which are the most transformative. There are as many arguments as there are birds, as one person told me, or at least as many arguments as there are stakeholders to talk to. And Ibbe's cautions against mainstream reductionism and over-reliance on economics. So this is the most recent intergovernmental initiative. So I'd suggest to look at Ibbe's rather than look at Millennium Ecosystem Assessment or TIB, which were already 20 years ago and more. There is a need to investigate alternative value systems and discourses to reform how economics addresses the environment. And this is what I'm doing, and colleagues with me within this project called the Bird Econ. And well, we are convinced that what is necessary is really a change in a worldview, or working with the worldview that we have, even the one based on economics, but trying to reverse it, to rework it like women did in the case of the Christian morality in the beginning of the 20th century. And yes, there are important and interesting examples from the past to learn. So this is basically what I wanted to say. Thank you. And I'm here until Wednesday, so if anyone wants to talk to me, I'm happy to talk.
And these go both ways, right? It's on the one side, it could be birds maybe damaging crops, right? Or pelicans eating fish in aquaculture ponds. Or it could be pesticides adversely affecting birds as well. And of course in tourism, bird watching and ecotourism culture, right? Birds are, have important significance in regional and national settings, in the arts, in different myths that are involved. Renewable energy projects and the potential damage they cause to birds are also not only renewable, by the way, energy in general. And other examples that we heard about today are hunting, there's aviation, buildings, again, not an exhaustive list, so there are a lot of different interactions. And basically, so in each one of these bullet points, there is a potential problem, or even more than one problem that we would like to address in some way, also in the benefit of conservation of birds. So by the end of today, probably you'll get some kind of diploma, but you know, introductory environmental economics. So I'll talk a little bit about this as well. So about modeling environmental problems, and externalities is one term that we use a lot in economics to describe different problems. So environmental problems in general, not only externalities, are some result of misaligned incentives, right? So there is a gap between what we call private costs and benefit. Think about what, for example, in the case of agriculture, what a farmer sees when he decides to grow something, right? Thinks about what it will cost him and how it will benefit him. It's not a moral statement or a judgmental statement, just that we'll look at the bottom line, right, at the profit, and that's completely fine. But there is a broader picture of what we call social costs and benefits from society's point of view that could include other effects. So externalities arise when there are different decisions made by, could be people, households, companies and governments and others, where either production or consumption activities affect third parties that are not taken into account. And these third parties, what we mean by affect, they are either damaged, and then we call it a negative externality, or they could actually benefit from what's happening and not taking them into account, and then it's a positive externality. So examples of negative externalities are, for example, damage to wildlife from pesticide use, pollution and its health effects, in general, traffic congestion, right? Traffic is a well-known example of when the actions of each one of us, when we get on the road, does not take into account our effect maybe on you know, general, what will happen to general traffic speed, but also the positive externalities like agricultural landscapes that arise from just agricultural operations. These are in many cases valuable. Higher education is another example, not from the environmental realm, but you know, people getting an education for their own benefit that end up benefiting society overall. That's another case of an externality. So often, when these problems arise, they will require some regulation or other policies to close that gap between what's private and what's social. Okay? And that's the case with many environmental problems. Another type of environmental problems are what we call public good provision problems. So public goods are, in economics, it's a very peculiar definition. It's not, we're not talking necessarily about public education or public health services. That's not the case. We have a definition. These are goods that are what we call non-excludable. You can't prevent anyone from having access to them, and also non-rival in consumption, so that multiple people can enjoy them at the same time without one affecting the ability of others to enjoy them. And what we say in economics is that these public goods, and I'll give you some examples, will be underprovided because there's an economically rational tendency of those enjoying their benefits to free ride on other safe routes, right? So if I can consume something without actually doing any effort or paying for it, it's actually rational. It makes complete sense not to do any effort to provide it. So examples of public goods could be biodiversity, for example, pollution abatement. So in that sense, public goods are in many cases like the mirror images of negative externalities that I talked about before. So climate change mitigation is another example. So again, usually here the government will have to fund and provide the provision of public goods. Right? So that's in most cases. What we call private solutions that don't involve the government are, kind of exceptions in this case. Linking to the talks by Hossein and Jakub, let me talk a little bit about the economic value or values of nature. So in economics, we say we need those to assist us in decision making, okay? So there are quite a few methods to measure those economic values, and the problem, as Jose said in the morning, is the absence of markets in many cases. So the value of birds, what is the value of birds? We can't really see them traded anywhere except when they are, but those are the cases of poaching and other things, but I'm not talking about those. So there are different methods that were devised over the years and to measure the value, and which one to use depends on data availability, context, and the scope of the analysis. And we would use these values later when we want to address the problem within other methods, like, for example, cost-benefit analysis. So we will need those values, or cost-effectiveness analysis, or other things. So the methods in general are just a quick overview. One would be what I would classify as dose-response methods. So if there is a known causal connection to quantifiable outcomes, as in air pollution and mortality, morbidity, then we could also place a value on, in this case, on the damage of air pollution. If we can quantify mortality and morbidity, say, in lost work days, in cost of hospitalization, lost productivity, a lot of other things that we can measure, okay? Then there are methods that we call revealed preference methods, okay? So these are methods that when we actually observe some kind of behavior that is linked to environmental attributes, okay? So an example would be visits to a park or to a nature reserve, right? So people, the observed behavior is the visit itself, but those visits, the amount of them, right, and the frequency will depend on the attributes of the park, right? Another example could be, for example, using real estate data. When people purchase homes, also, again, home purchase is also a function of different environmental attributes that are linked to that home. And Jose talked this morning about stated preference methods, asking people in different ways to say what the economic value is. So choice experiments are an example of that, and there is another method, contingent valuation. Okay? So these are different methods. In economics in general, we highlight the importance of incentives. Okay? So the gaps between what I said, private and social costs and benefits, can be traced back to the allocation of property rights. And property rights mean that whoever holds them gets the benefit but also bears the cost. Owning something, and this word relates to incentive, gives an incentive to better preserve it in many cases. Sometimes it can go in the other direction, but one of the things that can be done is a better assignment of property rights can actually help, for example, in conservation. Okay? So I want to give you an example from my work with colleagues on something that involved birds, of course, and now you understand why you have those cranes in the background all the time. So this is a study done with 4 colleagues, Nir Becker, Asael Greenfeld, Frank Watsold, and Nona Markova. And yeah, so we were actually approached by the organization managing a restored wetland in the Hula Valley in the north of Israel to help them manage cranes. And I'll explain what we mean by manage cranes. Okay? So the wetland is a restored wetland. Okay? And cranes on their path to Africa started actually staying there instead of continuing, so they started wintering in that restored wetland. And okay, so this is what it looks like. And I'm saying in the past they caused damage to different crops. For example, they really liked chickpeas, and they feasted on chickpeas field. And this led farmers to actually doing a couple of things, like I would say a stick and carrot approach. The stick was guarding against them in the field. So guarding, and meaning mainly scaring them by making extremely loud noises. And as someone who lives in that area, it's the kind of noise that will wake you up in the morning, right? So different sirens and other things. But the carrot was also having an area, a field basically, near the wetland where they were actually fed with corn. Okay? So, and they are still fed with corn. So let me show you, I will show you a short clip in a moment of that feeding. We're talking about so since this started in the 90s, it was started as around 10,000 cranes that chose to winter, and it went up to more than 60,000 a year that wintering cranes. So just to give you a sense of why this is a problem, the Agamon, the restored wetland, is that blob there in the middle, and you see how it's totally contained by the agricultural operations around it. Okay? So this is what we call the Jordan Rift, right? Part of the Syrian African Rift extending from Turkey down to Africa. And let me show you, I hope the video works, how the feeding works. So let's see. This is the actual fitting, so yeah. And yeah, so this is how it works. So let me see. Okay. So again, we were approached with the problem here was that there was a sense of that this cannot go on forever. Why? Because the farmers were really upset. They were actually bearing the cost of both guarding and feeding the cranes, and so we sat down with the farmer. There is like the farmer representatives in the Hula Valley, and we asked them what are the costs, and we were able to plot the cost over the years. So except that outlier over there, you can see that the costs are more or less linear, right, with the amount of wintering cranes in the Hula Valley, and we actually came to it amounts to about 25 euros per wintering crane a year in terms of the cost of guarding and feeding. So there are different costs associated with. So what we set out to do is actually find, okay, so is there such a thing as an optimal number of cranes that, let me tell you, optimal number of cranes that can be allowed to stay in the Hula Valley? Because there is the option, in that case, of actually having, I told you, these guarding and scaring efforts, they can be scaled up when the cranes are just coming and deciding whether to stay. If it's made uncomfortable enough for them, they will, the idea is that they will go on and keep on to going to Africa. So is there such a thing as maybe an optimal number of cranes that can be allowed to stay? And so in economics, we always try to optimize, but maybe not only in economics. In this case, what we did, we supplemented the data about cost with the benefits. And for the benefits, we actually did two kinds of surveys. One of them was of the visitors to the Agamon. So that was what we call the travel cost method. So actually trying to deduce from people visiting the place, what is the value for them of the presence of cranes and arriving at the value of crane. Another one was a more representative national sample. it's a different method, the contingent valuation, asking about, then you can ask about different aspects also of the value. And this enabled us to estimate, so again, in the economic jargon, is finding where the marginal cost of cranes is actually equal to the marginal benefit. And we find and to estimate the number of wintering cranes that is kind of the best balance, anywhere between 40,000 and 50,000. Okay, that's actually a good background. Okay, and so about the question of who bears the cost, the idea here was that actually the income from tourism, okay, will cover the costs, and possibly also the government. There is also the option that wetland actually charges an entry fee to it. There is a visitor center and all that. There is also the option of increasing the entry fee and then sharing some of that income with the farmers to help them in the efforts of guarding against the cranes. Okay? This study was done, by the way, these results are before there was a big avian influenza outbreak among the cranes, so the results do not include that, but probably it would, including that probability would influence the result. Okay? These are some pictures by, actually, Gonensharon is actually a prehistoric archaeologist, but he takes nice pictures, and actually that picture with the gazelle is what we talked about. We had another study about interactions between species, and the system is really complicated. In a study that we had the interaction between initially between cattle farmers and wolves, right? Wolves predating on cattle. The measures that they were taking and how these measures affected both gazelles by fragmenting their living space, and also, unfortunately, also griffon vultures, because sometimes farmers resorted to poisoning wolves, and that led to actually a lot of vulture dying. So that was another study. So just to sum up about what we did. So what is a possible framework where this example fits in? So the first one is set the desired goal, and I think we heard that also today from people. So in this case, the goal would be to sustainably manage, right, a wintering crane population, balancing between the costs and benefits of doing so. We need to determine what are the physical impacts of the migrant birds in this case, whether they cause any damage to the fields or not. The impact on tourism is another impact okay? And then, of course, identify the relevant stakeholders, in this case farmers, tourism operators, the organization also managing the wetland and others, and estimate the economic value. Like I told you, we have both the cost value and the benefits that we use the different methods I outlined before to estimate. And then, of course, using it within some method of analysis to assist us in decision making and find some context-specific solution that will align the incentives, right? So it could be contracts, okay, between farmers and the government, or farmers and environmental organizations. It could be, like I said, an increase in entry fees, subsidies to be paid, direct payments, and of course, then that I think was also a theme today. Providing information and education is always important in this case. Okay? So conclusion again, this is my view. Economic analysis is another, not the only, but it's an additional tool that could help in conservation and, of course, more generally in addressing environmental issues. And in many cases, in the way I look at things, you will need to estimate some economic value of different aspects of nature, whether it's birds or other things. And this also helps to highlight the existing trade-offs, like in this case between maybe agriculture and tourism and other things, and find the relevant stakeholders. And the goal eventually is to help in implementing better policies and informed decisions. Okay? So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so, yeah, this is weird. I feel like I should be breaking out in song and dance between this and the, it might be more interesting. So I'm coming from Romania. I teach at the University of Bucharest. I'm an anthropologist, not an economist. Although in full disclosure, I do have a degree in economics, but so I'm not, I'm an anthropologist. Also, some of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about today will make more sense to the people in Work Group 1. We covered some of these topics already. At the University of Bucharest, I teach anthropology and sociology and also some subjects that are related to nature conservation. I have worked formally and informally, or I worked on formal and informal research projects that had to do with nature conservation, mostly birds, but also pollinators. And my talk will be based on that experience, which is limited to Romania, working with farmers, and also limited to certain areas from Romania. So it's mostly anecdotal. I do not mean for this to be normative in any way, like this is what you should be doing. It's more like bringing some insight into what social scientists can bring to nature conservation projects. And because I don't know if I'm going to have time to go through everything, I started with the lessons, with the main ideas that I reached in my work. First of all is I do not trust, and we should not be trusting these overall solutions. And I know we already agree on this. A lot of times we need to contextualize. The local context matters, and it will change the shape of what we do. Local culture matters in the local cultural context. In terms of farmlands, a lot of times we think about just working with farmers, but other key actors might hold more power or more influence over what's happening there, and it's important to identify those and include them in our projects. And I think probably the most important lesson for me is that it's very difficult, and we should be working on articulating these longer term conservation goals with a different type of thinking that farmers might do, which is short term and trying to manage uncertainty in an environment that is full of uncertainties. I could be talking about a lot of stuff. I choose to go through some of the ways in which farmers are already involved in nature conservation or could be involved. And we have some expectations about how this will go or should go. Again, my experience is based on Romania, so that's where my examples will come from. First is agri-environmental payment schemes, and I know there is so much hope attached to this. I'm going to talk about how they work or don't work in the areas where I have a little bit of experience. Farming practices, which I use this term to mean anything from choosing what crops, what type of seeds, what type of agricultural operations, timing, scheduling, pesticides, all the inputs that go with this. The other thing, and I'm not going to be able to talk a lot about this, but I'm willing to answer questions afterwards, is that, at least in my experience, a lot of the green energy infrastructure development, at least in Romania, is happening on agricultural land. So there's something there in trying to understand how the siting process happens, especially at the local level, not necessarily regional level. And farmers and farming land could be the source of really important and useful kind of information. So finding ways to access that data, that information, could also be of help. So I'm going to go through them, and really fast, I'm going to just kind of pull out the things that I find more interesting. Agri-environmental payment schemes. Romania has what's called the Measure 10 with a bunch of payment packages that are oriented towards some bird species. There are some that are species specific, and a newer one that's more about common birds. And it looks at, it encourages restoring or protecting or developing certain landscape features. There are some other relevant packages that could be useful to bird conservation. Also, you probably know about the eco-conditionality measures. So these are compulsory. The agri-environmental payments are voluntary. Eco-conditionality measures are compulsory, and they condition the payment of the normal subsidy. So farmers have to do it in order to get their money. And if you look at the language and the way they are explained and justified in the law and in all the official papers, everything looks amazing. Like, they use the right language, they use the right justifications. From the point of view of somebody like you, a biologist, ecologist, it looks like, you know, we're on the right track to protecting these birds. It should work. In reality, it's not quite like that. There's fairly low uptake, and I'm going to show you some numbers. And also, there's very little public data that we can access that can explain the uptake for each of these packages and understand why this is happening. I tried to get the data. I had to go kind of, you know, from the site. I didn't get the full data from the state agencies that handle this. So this comes from an annual performance report, and they list the national payments for each packet, and I divided it by the payment per hectare, and this is what I get. So this is agri-environmental payment scheme conservation in Romania, 50 hectares. And I have to say that there are thousands of hectares that are eligible for these payments. But this is why Branta ruficolis looks the best. It's still low for what it could be. This comes from a project that I worked on, and this is data that I had to do, like, individual interrogation of a database. Like, it's just the public access is just not good. These are communes where the project was happening, and this is the data that I was able to get. And look at the percentages of farms receiving Measure 10 payments. So these are the agri-environmental payment schemes. In all of these counties, farmers were eligible for 1, 2, or 3 different packages. And the highest is 52%. There's a 48%, and then everything else looks bad. And I left the ecological agriculture payments there too, just to see, again, everybody is eligible, like, if they do the right thing. So the question is, why is happening? As an anthropologist, anthropologists don't like to ask the question why, because that implies the fact that we will get the answer. Like, we get the answer, we get the explanation, it's like the key that unlocks the problem, and then everything gets solved, which never happens. So we ask questions like how? What is the context in which these things happen? What are the factors that lead to this? So I don't have answers, I just have some thoughts. This is what anthropologists do, they just make things more complicated. We don't really offer a solution, we just critique what everybody else is doing. If you look, we look at the literature, and I put here, if anybody wants to look, a little list. It's not exhaustive. If you look at the literature that tries to understand, to explain farmers' participation in Europe, in the EU, farmers' participation in these schemes, you get lots of different results. Even the meta-analyses say, well, it depends. We don't have an answer for this. We don't have one single answer. There are some studies that look at farm characteristics, studies that look at payment scheme characteristics, farmers' characteristics, like not necessarily personality trait, but processes of identity building and stuff like this. And the final conclusion is it's always going to be contingent upon the local context. So you have to understand why things are happening the way they're happening in that particular context. For me, it was interesting when I was approaching this. The projects were not necessarily about agri-environmental payment schemes, but they are part of the context. For me, it was interesting to find out how farmers think about these payment schemes. What is the general framework or the conceptual framework that they use in order to understand, explain, talk about, and also position themselves vis-a-vis these schemes? What are the conceptual categories that they use to discuss these schemes? And this is the first thing that would come up. Again, this is anecdotal, not all Romania, not all farmers, not just the stuff that I got. The first thing that came up was that participating in these schemes was a kind of unnecessary risky commitment that's adding to an already existing uncertainty that comes from anything from global agricultural market, the war in Ukraine, climate change, stuff that's happening that's outside of their control. And also comes in the context of a very delicate kind of relationship farmers have to the state agency that's administering these payments, APIA. So they do not want to invite further scrutiny from the state agency. They would, a lot of times they're saying, I don't even know, like I didn't even think about money, I just don't want to have to deal with them more, because if anything goes wrong, and a lot of things could go wrong, if it doesn't rain enough, if it rains too early, if it rains too late, and they cannot like check all the boxes that they need to do, then APIA might withhold payments on the basic subsidies. So they don't want to, they're just saying, we're not going to do it. The other thing is that they think about these payments as some kind of imposition coming from the EU, in a line of a lot of other different kinds of impositions. They resist, they talk about this in terms of resisting requirements from the EU, and they see some continuity between these voluntary measures and other kinds of requirements, even like the eco-conditionality measures. Empirically, if you look at how these were built up, some of the stuff in the voluntary measures moved into the compulsory measures. And to them, this is not going well. I mean, this is the history, the past 20, 25 years is just moving towards more restrictive ways of doing agriculture. So they are resisting it on principle. So they use this language of political powerlessness, unfairness, a lot of nationalism talk against the EU. So yeah, it would be very hard to convince farmer it's something else happening. And there are some, talking about economics, there are some that talk about this in terms of economics, they talk about income, they talk about kind of the costs, opportunity costs and gains, and then they do some calculations and make their decision. What you haven't seen, at least in the area of, like in Southeast Romania, we're talking about industrialized, market-oriented, intensive agriculture. What they don't talk about is conservation, the value of nature. They do not connect these agro-environmental payment schemes to that. They just see them as something else. In an area where I worked in Southeast Transylvania, you do hear a little bit of talk about working with nature, but it's a very different condition, different situation. These are farmers that are practicing mostly like extensive agriculture, traditionally managed grasslands, and they are involved in all sorts of projects that have already given them the language of talking about nature conservation. So it could be done, but these people do not participate in the market in the same way the other people do. Social context, what I've noticed is that they look a lot towards their peers. And there's a kind of a critical mass effect. If enough people in the community or if enough farmers in an area participate in these schemes, then you see like a really fast, dramatic uptake. Until then, it's just flat. Nothing happens. Farming practices, I can talk about more if you want over coffee, wine, or something else. Again, two things that were surprising to me, and they're very basic, but they caught me by surprise. First is the importance of input sellers and distributors. They have so much power, and you don't think about them. They make recommendations to farmers about what seeds to use, what pesticides, fertilizers, scheduling. They tell them how to do things. And the strange thing and kind of worrying thing is that a lot of farmers are caught in these dependency relationships to the input distributors. So the input companies, agricultural input companies, work as financial institutions to them. So they would just give them the inputs and then have very clear stipulations about what needs to be done in terms of like agricultural operations. And then, you know, payment will come after crops if everything goes well. Sometimes it doesn't. And then you see these cycles. So maybe, you know, when you work on conservation, you should be including these two. Two, in terms of practices, farming, so the way farmers understand farming is clearly, yes, about creating life, right? You produce life. But life does not equal nature. They're two different things. Farming is not always and not necessarily working with nature, but overcoming it. It's this modernist model of doing agriculture. They are into science. They respect science. They look to science for solutions, but to overcome the challenges that nature might put in their way. And climate change is a very easy example for that. So they know about climate change. They're trying to get themselves ready to fight it. So they're looking for seeds for certain plant, you know, whatever crops they're growing that will maybe sprout at a particular time. They would do agricultural operations like tilling and I don't know the words in English, but it's based on their perception of the impact the climate change will have on their crops. The natural processes are not always something that work for them. So they would talk about, for example, like pollination as something, a natural process that they have to overcome. Is it time? Okay. They would have to overcome. So I had farmers telling me really excitedly that now they're planting sunflower plants that are self-pollinating. So pollination no longer a problem. They don't have to deal with beekeepers and with people saving butterflies and bees and whatever. They can use whatever pesticides they want. And pests, this is a category that they use, and it's a general category that's not necessarily linked to their empirical evidence, like their empirical experience. So sometimes insects, birds, other types of creatures might enter this category even if they have absolutely no impact on their crops. And birds sometimes too. This over wine. And here, farmers' organizations are really, really powerful. They should be included in any kind of action, any kind of intervention. They, at least in Romania, the agricultural lobby can shape agricultural policy at the national level. And farmers listen to them, and farmers they feel represented by them. So getting the farmers' organizations on board on, with whatever needs to be done is one of the solutions. And state agencies, they have lots of data, lots of good, interesting data that could be used. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi. Mahasiswa ko dyan. Hi.
Hey, hello? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me, but the problem is I don't know how I can share my presentation. I don't see any anything that can help me sharing my presentation. Sorry to keep you waiting for this. So what I can do, I'm just seeing, you know, dialing button, video, mic, you know, writing messages, but I cannot, I don't know how to do that. Can someone help just to sort this out? What I have to do, it's a bit different from what I know from the Meet platforms or other platforms. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry again for keeping you waiting all this time. Can you hear me? Can you just make like this? Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So my name is Imad Sharqawi. I am from Morocco, and I work as a professor at this scientific institute in Rabat, which is affiliated to the Mohammed V University. And I was really hoping to meet you in person, and I was planning forward, but like a month ago, I fall down from my bike and I broke my both arms. So sorry for not being able to come and join this wonderful panel of experts. So my presentation is entitled "Identifying and Considering Country-Specific Consideration: Morocco as an Example with Respect to Training, Capacity Building, and Policy Implementation." So Morocco is the other side of the Gibraltar Strait. So Tarifa, you can see it from Tarifa coast. You can see Jebel Moussa and part of the Moroccan coast from this beautiful city of the extreme south of Spain. I mean, Morocco. The Moroccan biodiversity includes more than 24,000 animal species and 7,000 vegetable species, with rate of endemism that is particularly high among Mediterranean countries. Like 20% for vascular plants are endemic to Morocco, and 11 of the general fauna is endemic also to Morocco. Also, forests and marine ecosystem are especially rich. Globally, Morocco ranks among the countries with the highest level of fish diversity. The desert ecosystem, although characterized by limited precipitation, present, however, 750 different types of vegetable species with 60 plants endemic, and many other endemics of invertebrates and 500 birds that have been so far identified in the Moroccan country, and more than 120 species of mammals, in which 40 species are already endangered and or ranked as globally endangered. And Morocco is also, rich for it's known for its the avian diversity. As I said, with over 500 birds recorded, making it a crucial stopover for migratory birds and home to several endemic subspecies. While other birds monitoring efforts exist, they are facing various challenges. And also, of course, as you can see in Tarifa, many of you, that is a bottleneck for bird migration. So it's the other side of Morocco is also similar to what is happening in southern Spain. So we do receive thousands, hundred thousands of stork, of raptors, and many more birds crossing the strait during the spring or the autumn migration, and presenting somehow one of the most wonderful and magical sceneries of wildlife. It is not only a bottleneck for bird migration or for migratory birds, but also for many marine mammals, dolphins, whales, etc., and also butterflies. So many butterflies, like the painted lady, is also crossing the strait, etc. But over those 7,000 taxa comprising Moroccan fauna, a national study of the biodiversity consider 1,700 are or rare or threatened, representing a proportion of 24% of plant diversity. So a decline of biodiversity is observable is in almost all the ecosystems. So bird monitoring is crucial for understanding the ecosystem health and biodiversity trends. However, effective monitoring program must consider the specific context of the country in which they are implemented. Here is I am presenting a log of some key consideration for bird monitoring in Morocco, focusing on training, capacity building, and policy implementation. One main monitoring program focuses mainly on key sites, like what we call in French sites d'intérêt biologique et écologique. There are sites with a biological and ecological interest that serve what we call the master plan for protected areas. And of course, the important bird areas are also considered. But we have, several monitoring program that comprise mainly some specific site, like Souss National Park, Merzouga, for instance, Jebel Moussa, which is the other side of Tarifa, Mogador Island, having ongoing monitoring program. And this site often focus on specific species like the endangered bald ibis, the vultures, especially at the level of the strait, the Elena falcon, for instance, in the Mogador Islands, and several trans-Saharan migratory birds that are monitored mainly in Merzouga, for instance. And also, with regard to the NGO involvement, several organizations such as GREPOM, which is BirdLife in Morocco, or other associations like Nature Based Association, Nature Solution Association, or Science and Development Association, are actively involved in wildlife monitoring, including birds, often collaborating with the government agencies and training local wardens for monitoring wildlife. Also, research institute, where there is several universities and academic organization, centers of excellence, and research center that conducts ornithological studies, contributing to our understanding of bird population and ecology. With regard to citizen science, bird watching is becoming now a very popular activity in Morocco, and initiatives like Moroccan ornithological groups are encouraging citizen scientists to contribute to data through bird count and observation. And we consider that there are few long-term monitoring programs, such as the International Water Bird Census, which is considered the only long-term monitoring undertaken since 1983, by the Institut Scientifique of Rabat in collaboration with GREPON, BirdLife Morocco, and the conservation authorities, namely the forestry conservation authorities. But there are several barriers to more effective monitoring. I have identified some of the barriers as a lack of funding, logistic for site access, lack for trained analysts, inadequate government support, lack of trained field worker, site remoteness, or the some consideration for the field work. So also lack of trained coordinators, limited species group, and sometimes site restrictions. And with regard to challenges, they are we have, I mean, problems of data gaps. Despite, of course, despite the efforts, there are still gaps in our knowledge about distribution, abundance, trend of many bird species. And with regard to the limited resources, funding and logistical support for long-term monitoring program can be very limited, hindering consistent, of course, data collection and analysis. There is also a challenge with regard to capacity building. So, for instance, while expertise exists, there is a need for continuous training and capacity building, particularly in local communities, to ensure sustainable monitoring efforts. And with regard to data management, there is also like a need for standardization of data collection protocols and establishing efficient system for data storage and sharing are crucial for maximizing the value of monitoring data. And with regard to habitat loss, Morocco, of course, faces, as many other Mediterranean countries, an increasing pressure from habitat loss due to agricultural expansion, urbanization, tourism, infrastructure development, which are all impacting birds population. Climate change, of course, which is seriously impacting the Western Mediterranean. So the impact of climate change, such as the change in rainfall patterns and from temperatures, pose a serious threat to birds' habitat and migration patterns. And enforcement. So, like while Morocco has environmental laws, enforcement can be challenging, making it difficult to protect bird habitat and prevent illegal hunting or trade. Although Morocco is now becoming a leader in North Africa and Southern Mediterranean with regard to the aspects of environmental law enforcement and the fight against illegal trafficking of birds and other wildlife animals. So, in terms of training and capacity building, so Morocco has with regard to local expertise, Morocco has a growing numbers of ornithologists and conservationists. So, training programs should leverage this existing expertise while also building capacity in local communities. This can involve training local guides, park rangers, and citizen scientists in bird identification, data collection techniques, and monitoring program. And I can see that there is a lot of international organizations that are really joining in partnership, many local organizations for these aspects. I can mention like BirdLife International, Warden Sea Secretariat, and much more. With regard always with the training and capacity building, so training programs should be also tailored to specific needs and context of Morocco. These include considering the diversity of habitat, bird species, and socioeconomic and cultural context. So training materials should be available mainly in Arabic and in French, in addition to English, to ensure understanding and accessibility. With the technology integration, Morocco has been increasing access to technology. Training should now incorporate the use of mobile application, GPS devices, optical material, and other tools for efficient data collection and management. And several ornithologists and students are contributing or using online database like eBirds or Observado, etc., to really extract data. For longer term support, capacity building is not a one-time event. Ongoing support and mentorship are crucial to ensure the sustainability of monitoring effort. This can involve establishing network of bird watchers, providing access to resources, and organizing regular workshop and training session. With regard to the policy implementation, Morocco has a legal framework for environmental protection, including laws related to the wildlife conservation, mainly the law, the 29.09, and many other laws. However, enforcement can be challenging. So bird monitoring data can play a crucial role in informing policy decisions, strengthening enforcement effort. And the effective bird monitoring requires also collaboration among various stakeholders, including governmental agencies, NGOs, research institutions, and local communities. And the mechanism for communication and data sharing should be established to ensure coordinated effort. And bird monitoring data should also be publicity accessible to researchers, policymakers, and general public. This promotes transparency and allows for broader participation in conservation effort. And with regard to the integration with national and international strategy, bird monitoring programs should be aligned with the global biodiversity framework and with national national biodiversity strategies, namely the NBSAP of Morocco, which has been recently updated to align it with the global biodiversity framework, and the Ghabati Hayati strategy for the forestry departments for 2020-2030, which is also aligned with the global biodiversity framework. And also they should be aligned also with the action plan, can be species conservation action plan or management action plan for specific site. So this ensures that monitoring effort contribute to, again, a broader conservation goals. Regarding the specific consideration for Morocco, so migratory bird in Morocco is a crucial stopover for many migratory birds that are migrating along the East Atlantic flyway. So monitoring programs should consider the unique challenges of tracking and conserving the species, which might require international collaborations with CMS, IWA, with many other treaties and MEA agreements. Habitat diversity. So Morocco has a diverse range of habitat, from coastal wetlands to desert ecosystem, and monitoring programs should be designed to capture this diversity and the specific threat-facing birds in each of the habitat. And with regard to cultural context, Morocco has a rich cultural heritage that is intertwined with nature, and monitoring program should be sensitive to local customs, tradition, and engage local communities in conservation efforts. So in conclusion, by addressing this country-specific consideration, bird monitoring programs can be more effective and contribute to the long-term conservation of its avian biodiversity. It can help contributing to the global biodiversity framework's aims of transforming our relationship with nature and slowing biodiversity loss to achieve a nature-positive world by 2030. And thank you for listening. Thank you for your interest.
Imad, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
Thank you very much. We'll end the conference now, and we wish you a very speedy recovery.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Su musica?